sitting at their lawn chairs, laughing their asses off that I missed a whole day of football because I'm trying to get in touch with my emotions. These guys didn't do that crap. These were men. His best friend, Tommy Ryan, lost half a finger in a sheet metal press, waited until his shift ended to go to the hospital. I broke my collarbone in a football game. There was Dad up in the stands giving me the old be tough. So I played 2 more downs before I passed out. My date, Mary Jo Klumsky, left the senior dance with another guy. Broke my heart. 2 a.m. at the kitchen table, my old man's telling me eat the sandwich and forget about her. Feelings. I didn't even cry at his funeral, you believe that? The guy was my whole world. Not a tear. Everybody looking at me like I didn't love him. But he knew. He had to know, right?
Yes, sir. There we go. Let's get this show started. Happy Monday, everybody. Hopefully you guys had a good weekend. Hopefully you got to get out and do some things. It wasn't too cold in your area. Unfortunately, it's freezing ass cold here where we are. But we still got out and about. Welcome to Nonsensical Nonsense. It's not your typical Monday night, ladies and gentlemen. We got Connor in the building. You normally see him on Saturday nights. We got my man Busted Rubber, a.k.a. Haas, in the building hanging out with us. And, of course, you guys know me. I'm Glick. If you're not already, feel free to go ahead and check out the social medias. Give us a follow. Give us a share. Greatly appreciate that. Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. You can also find us here live on YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook Mondays, Wednesdays, and Saturdays And you guys can listen to us anytime, any place, wherever you listen to podcasts at, all at Nonsensical Nonsense Podcast, or you can simply go to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. All those links are there for you to click on and go give us a follow. And you can also find our sponsors there as well. Don't forget, if you do happen to check out our sponsors before you check out, use our promo code Words Are Hard. Get you that discount, save you a little bit of money. Bio link's right down there. Bio link is also right down there at the bottom of the screen for those of you who are watching live or watching the replay. Shout out to our replay viewers. Appreciate you guys checking out those replays. We talked a little bit about it Saturday night, and we made a decision that tonight we want to, we don't get very serious on this show very often. It's very rare that we do, but we are able to get serious from time to time. And we're also capable of having those serious conversations and still trying to mix in a little bit of funny without being, too crazy. Tonight's going to be one of those nights. As we know,
it's going to get wild.
Yeah, in today's society, there's a stigma on mental health in general, but it's even harder for men's mental health because a lot of us, in our 40s or 30s, 40s and whatnot, we were brought up differently. We were brought up, you don't show emotions, you don't show feelings, you let it bottle up and you find other means to, deal with it, whether it be through vices, so to say, or whatever the case may be. And not only as men and being of an older generation now, it sucks to say that, but we are of an older generation. It's kind of up to us. You're not too far behind us there, cripple. It's up to us to start to, turn the hands of, the wheels of change and trying to make, men's mental health not so much of a stigma, not so much of a where men are embarrassed or ashamed to go through things and deal with things, and teach our kids, teach our boys that are coming up that it's okay to have feelings. It's okay to have emotions. So, we can laugh and we can joke all the time, but sometimes we got to take back and we got to step back and be serious for a little bit. We do have my guy Haas in the building tonight. He was in the chat Saturday. Some of you guys may not know Haas. Haas and I have known each other for, well, damn near about a decade now. And we've gone through some things together. We haven't always gotten along, but we've always had each other's back. And, he's been dealing with a lot of things in his life. And he asked us Saturday night if we would give him a platform where he could share his story to release that, to let that weight off of his chest. And as I told him Saturday night, and as I'll tell anybody, sharing your story or letting your emotions show or being vulnerable or anything like that, it's a huge weight off of your chest. It's a hell of a way to start that road to recovery. I mean, we can all focus on our health, and I know Haas has got his health. He's getting his health right and getting his body right and everything like that. Now he's starting to work on his mind. And let's be honest, sometimes the mind is way more important than the body in most cases.
And it is almost always the bigger challenge. Almost.
Hey, so y'all know, man, that little comment that just popped up, I can't put a leash on that comment. I've tried. That one right there, yeah, you can't leash that comment. Why do you think that comment's a little show?
Because I can click to show.
Ooh, here we go.
So, but let me go ahead and introduce you guys to my guy Haas. He's down there in the bottom corner. Like I said, we met a little over, maybe about 10 years ago, maybe a little over 10 years ago when I was streaming on another platform, Periscope. And he used to come into my lives every Saturday night. And, I'd do my thing. I was drinking, acting a damn fool. And he was usually right there by my side, acting a damn fool with everybody else in the chat. But outside of the show, we've actually developed a friendship. We've actually, have a bond and a almost a brotherhood to say between each other. Yeah, we don't talk all the time. We've never even met in person. But, we've always had. So
What is it, bro? Yeah, that's how.
Hoss, do you? I mean, before you,
Right back on.
right at 9-10 years,
Sorry about that.
Little Shovel said right about 9-10 years. You guys were talking about it today.
Yeah, yeah, yep. We had known each other about the time me and Brandy got together the first time. That was when we met you. So I've known you just as long as I've known my wife.
Oh wow, I thought you guys were together longer than that.
Uh, this will be 11 years.
Oh, nice.
And that's a lot to put up with something with me. I'm telling you, you know how it is.
Trust me, I know. And I don't have to deal with you on a day-to-day basis.
I don't know how she does it, man. Oh yeah, I do. Right there.
Yeah, September made 10 years. Nice. But before we jump into, as I said, when I met you, we were both kind of a mess, let's be honest. Um, I
Oh
was
yeah. Yep.
drinking pretty heavily at the time. Um, I was dealing with that quote unquote vice because that's how I dealt with things in my world at the time. I was drinking pretty heavily. And you had your vices at that time as well. You
Mm-hmm.
you've had to conquer that addiction monster. I don't know how much you want to go into detail or if you want to of what
Dude, I put it like this, man. Y'all really want to know? There's nothing off limits, dude. Every door is open, wide the fuck open. Anything you want to know? Here we go.
I mean, I know you were drinking at the time.
There's no sense in there's no sense in leaving that out of the story as that's part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All that negativity stuff. It made me who I was. But I'm sorry to interrupt. Go ahead.
No, you're good. I mean, like I said, I know you were drinking pretty heavily at the time. Um, I don't know what all you were doing. Some other extracurricular activity. I don't want to put anything out there that's not true. But and that's how you were. And
All right.
you also had a persona that wasn't necessarily you that you portrayed in the chat and in the comments, and it rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Let's be honest, but that was a defense mechanism for you. I mean, trust me, I've been there before. I've always used my
Mm-hmm.
smart assery, and I've never been like super derogatory or super offensive just to be derogatory or offensive. I've just always kind of been a smart ass. But everybody has their own defense mechanism when they try to portray a certain type of image. And then, like I said, you and I have had our rocky roads, but we've gotten through them. And it wasn't until we started talking outside of the show when I got to see a small glimpse of who you really were. And that's where that friendship developed between you and I.
Oh yeah. Yep. And it's been I love me too.
So what was it?
But yeah, man, it's
What
go
was it?
ahead.
What was that kind of that for you? And I'm just speaking on this one particular subject because I want to get to the health scares with you as well. But there's one particular subject with your addictions. Let's just call a spade addictions. We've all had them. What was that kind of that rock bottom moment for you where you're like, I gotta get right. I gotta get clean. I gotta cut this goofy shit out.
All right. So my two vices that I had. First one was methamphetamine. Uh, I was on that shit maybe 4 years, 5 years out of the 10 that I was with the woman. Uh, I didn't basically what had happened there. I didn't have no pot and I needed pot. Couldn't find no pot. I had access to meth, and I was like, "Fuck it, I'll try it." And it worked. It slowed me down. It did what I needed it to do. Obviously, ADHD. It worked. It didn't have that tweaker effect on me. It slowed me down. But I was on it, and the woman I was with, she didn't even know I was on it until I come off of it. And the day I come off of it, February the 11th of 2011, I smoked my last bowl. I went to the hospital, and my little girl was born, and I haven't looked back since. I put it down. That I didn't necessarily hit a rock bottom. I had a child. I had responsibilities, and being the child that I was, my child was not going to be the child that I was. So to me, that rock bottom, I guess you could say, was my child being born. And I haven't. I can tell you right now, to this day, the only thing that I've ever touched was pot from that day on.
Nice.
Um, Now my second one, I had stuff going on, uh, undiagnosed a lot of things, and a lot of episodes of me not these feelings I had from as a kid. You know what I mean? So I started drinking really heavily. Uh, uh, at one point in time, I would be I want a gallon of the red label vodka on top of a whatever 30 pack of beer you wanted to bring, and that was a night. Uh, the rock bottom for me was uh, I was in one of my moods. Uh, I went to a liquor store and spent the last of my paycheck on a bottle of liquor. Me and the wife was into it really bad at the time, and at the time the episode was caused by somebody I wouldn't have thought it would. Uh, that used to live with us. I helped a guy out, and that triggered something in me. And again, I'm undiagnosed. It was a trigger. I noticed that was a trigger now because it hasn't happened since. But anyways, I ended up driving and spending the last little bit of money I had to buy a bottle of liquor, and because me and Brandy was into it. Well, with the health issues that I had going on at the time, they put me on some medication, and I went out to the back corner of the yard and had this bottle of medication, and it was a very high dosage. It was I couldn't tell you what it was. I don't know if it was narcotic or not. At the time, I didn't care. I took a half a bottle of some very high milligram medication and chased that half a bottle down with that half a bottle of medicine down with a bottle of Jack Daniels. And I went into the sunroom attached to the back of the house there and sat down on the couch, and that was that. And
Been there, man. It's tough to
it
think.
was done. It was done in front of my children.
Hmm. It's tough to think back and remember. Not only remember.
But I did relapse. Uh, Me and the missus, we went to a concert uh, over in Knoxville. Uh, Badass concert, bro. It was awesome. And it was a birthday present. So I broke my sobriety now, 6 years sober, and I broke that and drank 2 beers on my birthday. Me and my wife at this concert. So, I mean, it was kind of by choice, but to this point, to this day, I haven't touched not the first drop of alcohol.
So from
But
that, so you haven't had anything to drink since that concert.
that's right.
Nice.
And I can tell you exactly what I had. I wanted a mixed drink. I had a virgin mixed drink and 2 bush beers.
Oh wow.
That's what I had. Now, brandy, on the other hand, I tried to get brandy fucked up. I ain't gonna lie. I thought we want to drink. Oh, I don't want to drink. All right. I gotta go use the bathroom. I'll be right back. I come back with 2 fucking drinks in my hand, one for her and one for me. Hers would be the regular drinks. Mine would be the virgin drinks. But I want her to have a good time. You know.
Yeah.
You know.
And
But it
it's
didn't work. She. Go ahead.
just say I'm not a drinker. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. You know, it's funny. It's not funny, but you know how sobriety affects different people. We have a friend of ours. I actually should have hit him up and sent him the link too. What's going on, Steve? We have a friend of ours who does a podcast, the Mental Health Hour with Gemma Tim. He's a recovering alcoholic. He's been sober for a good while now, and he's been on here and talked about it. He talked about it on his show and everything like that, you know. But it's and I was talking to a guy that I haven't talked to in a few years, just kind of accidentally bumped into each other in somebody else's stream. He used to watch my Periscope every Saturday night. He was part of that group, and he said he's been sober for a while now. He hasn't touched a drop of alcohol. You know, for me, it wasn't so much that I had to give it up altogether. My problem when I was at that deep end for me. Now, fortunately for me, I've never tried drugs or done drugs or anything like that because I seen what it did firsthand to my family, and I didn't want that to happen to me. My vice was and has always been alcohol. Biggest problem for me was I lost control. Now, yeah, I still drink. You know, I drink on the weekends. I drink when we do the show. I don't drink a lot. Saturday nights, I usually drink way more than I do throughout the week.
And your eyes open too, and
yeah, you know, Nikki and I go to, my fiance, we go out and we like to go to the bars and we like to drink and stuff like that. But I think the biggest difference for me, and this is why I don't consider myself, an alcoholic or anything like that anymore, was, and I've said it on here, I didn't have control back then. I had no control. Now I'm in complete control of my drinking. That monster doesn't hold on to me and, tell me to keep going when I know I shouldn't be going, But that level of sobriety is so much different for I think for each person. Oh, my bad, Tony. I missed my last drink, but not enough to have another one. There you go, Jennifer. That's nice. Hoss comes from a long line. I do too.
Pin that comment. Yeah, that one. I got a funny story to tell you guys. Part of this story that we're gonna go on here. That comment in particular is a person that knows me personally, not now, but she was the person that was there as well. Yeah. You want that or you want this?
It don't matter. I want one.
Anyway, sorry, squirrel.
Squirrel.
Yeah, that was on me. Sorry, but anyways, Jennifer, there, we went to school together.
Okay.
We were literally in the same grade from, if I can remember right, from the grade 5 until grade 9 when I moved. So I know who she is personally. I don't know if she knows the whole story of me. but I kind of wanted her to be here to hear too because she is another one of the reasons that I'm still here. Does that make sense?
No, exactly.
And the
100%.
other one, there's also another woman in there. She was a teacher of mine. I'm not sure what I don't know if she was a teacher. Don't let me say teacher because I don't know. Uh, but I had to lie within myself at one point in time, and she was one that was there and stood by there as a quote teacher would, and didn't give up on the student.
Mm-hmm.
And she's the other big reason that I'm still in here. Yes, ma'am. Hmm. And I was still the goofiest looking one there.
No, I mean,
But go ahead.
coming from a long line of alcoholics, I think with our generation, our parents or our grandparents, um, that alcoholism, it wasn't alcoholism back then to them. They didn't realize it until they were much much older. I know both of my grandfathers were, from stories that I've been told, were were not the greatest of people when they were younger. We're not the greatest husbands, maybe not always the best dads. Later in life, I couldn't tell you a bad thing about either one of my grandfathers. Even though they're both gone, I still hold both of them in very high regard, and they taught me a lot growing up. Yeah, they were always there when I was coming up and whatnot like that. But my dad went through his issues in his alcoholism, and it was something that took me by surprise because it was one of those things where it was like I watched it happen to my dad, and I watched other things happen in my family to other family members, and I said that would never be me. Well, unfortunately, I became that monster that I said I would
Mhm.
never become, and I realized, and that was the kind of at that breaking point when I realized I had lost complete and total control, and that's when I got my control back. Now I still drink, like I said. Yes.
I haven't played Fortnite for a while.
Yeah.
I just played it again and I was doing a solo and I won it.
Nice.
Yeah,
Sweet.
this is nuts, man.
But it's different
Man,
now when I drink because, like I said, I have that control that I didn't have before, and it doesn't dictate or control my life like it once did. Um,
yeah, I don't know if you can see those comments, dude.
I mean,
You don't know how much this right here means to me, man.
um, I was raised by a father who has been a sponsor in AA for almost 30 years. I grew up knowing better, but I didn't exactly. Unfortunately, some people do. You were worth fighting for, says Tony. But
Those are two of the best people,
Haas,
man.
Tony, man, you know, I don't know if it means anything or if you care, but in the last decade that I've known you, and I've watched this change in you, man, and I've seen where you were when we first met, and I see where you are today. I'm fucking proud of you, bro. I mean, you ain't got
You
nothing to be.
know, I've had issues with that, man. I really have. I've had a lot of issues with that. I don't know if Jennifer knows it. Jenny, sorry, I don't care what your name is, girl. You're always Jenny. Uh, I don't know if Jenny knows or not, but I mean this is amazing. Out of everything about me that's outside of my family is those two. And whether she knows it or not, she is a big reason too. I got a lot of good memories uh, with Jenny. Jenny was, I got Forrest Gump. Okay. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. So I'll go ahead and say this too. Uh, no, I'll keep that one to myself. I don't know if the world's ready for that one yet.
Nice. Well, I'm
Uh,
sure as we progress tonight, I'm sure the addiction and stuff like that's going to come up again in conversation. I just want to touch on a couple things. I want people to kind of get a feel for who you are, what you've kind of gone through, and again, like I said, part of the change that you've gone through, and I've told you and Brandy both multiple times that you guys look amazing and that what a transformation and everything like that. Not too long ago, a few years back, you had a pretty bad health scare. We almost lost Big Hoss.
yeah, man. Yeah. So uh, all those years that I was an alcoholic. Okay, I was working over the road. Uh, I've been 5 years, 6 years now.
Five.
I've been five.
Four, five.
I've been almost 5 years retired off of the road, man. And uh, basically, what it boiled down to was all of the years I was drinking. I I I experimented drinking before I moved to Tennessee. Okay, I remember going to the swimming pool, with water bottles full of vodka.
Yes.
You know, uh, but
More.
right after I moved here, uh, that's when my habit picked up, and it picked up bad. It hit me like a freight train before I knew what happened.
Mhm.
But anyways, after I toned down my drinking, I quit drinking my liquor. I quit drinking beer. I quit pretty much everything but light beer. So somewhere between all that time I was drinking, it had damaged something in my body, and there's a bacteria that's in this alcohol that everybody's system uses to break it down so it kills you. I don't have that. I don't have that enzyme in my body that breaks down the lethal that lethal ingredient that your body breaks down in alcohol. I'm not sure what it is, but my body does not have it,
Ethanol,
and I
maybe.
found that out the hard way.
What's that, Connor?
Yeah, it's either
Ethanol, maybe.
ethanol, ethanol or methanol or something, whatever one of those that kills you. I mean, I know they both kill you, but everybody's body has got this enzyme in it that breaks that down to where it doesn't kill you. That's about the best way I can explain what the doctor had told me on that. So my addictions have fucked me, and I've got nobody to blame but myself on that one now. You know, you live and you learn.
So I mean, for you personally, because you don't have that chemical balance or whatever in your body to break down that chemical, drinking alcohol at this point in time can literally kill you.
Mm-hmm.
It's a hell of a reason to give it up. I might have to give it up too if I had that problem. I said might. I'm still a Browns fan, so
Meh, it's worth it. Send it.
hashtag worth it.
Send it all the way.
No.
Yeah, man. Like,
So is that what ended you up in
Jesus.
the hospital? Where we were talking Saturday night,
Yes.
and
Yeah, that was the original case of me ending up in the hospital. The wild experience. I was in uh, Ohio.
Ohio will kill you.
I was out there. Yeah, Jeffersonville
Okay,
to
yeah,
be
where that's at.
exact.
not too far from here.
Okay, so right, and that was the night I almost died. The day I almost died. I was in Jeffersonville, Ohio. I was in the back of my truck at the TA truck stop that's right there. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't sleep. I had to throw up. I couldn't throw up. I had to poopy, and I couldn't do that either.
Jesus.
And it was all night. I tossed and turned all night, slept not one bit. And I called my wife at 5 o'clock in the morning and said, I'm going to the hospital. I'm in Jeffersonville, Ohio. And the next thing I know, I'm relatively conscious and I am in fucking Centerville, Ohio, and have no idea how the hell I got there. But I was awake and conscious the whole fucking time.
Wow. That's
I don't remember how yeah. And then the shit they pumped me that 2017, 2018 maybe. No, 2018, 2019. It was either the year before the pandemic or 2 years before, in that general area.
wow. What led to that? I mean, was that the drinking and stuff like that? Or that or was
Yes,
it?
yes, because I still wasn't fully recovered drinking. I was
less
still
than a year after we lost mom.
I fuck I don't went squirrel. Sorry, dude. I done lost where I was going.
Oh, I was asking if it was the alcohol, drinking the alcohol.
Yes, that's when I found out that I had that going on. I the night before I drank about a 6 pack. No, just a little. God, I've never spent so much money on a 6 pack of beer in my life.
What's going on, Mark?
Good evening.
Yeah, I was gonna say that was
Oh,
a hell. That was one hell of an expensive 6 pack right there.
yeah, and it's funny because like I was actually at work with the trucking company that I essentially retired from, and I only received one bill for that, and I had taken 2 ambulance rides. I took one from Jeffersonville, Ohio to I guess Woodstock. I guess was the closest hospital, maybe I don't know. But I was at a hospital near Jeffersonville, Indiana, and the next thing I know, 3 days later, I finally find out I'm in Centerville, Ohio, and my wife is ecstatic, not knowing where the fuck I was at.
Oh, I bet. I mean,
I
that in
legit had
itself.
no idea where I was at.
That in itself is, for your significant other, that in itself is scary as hell. She don't know where you are. She don't know what's going on. She don't know if you're dead in a ditch somewhere or anything. And,
Right?
and it's
And,
crazy.
and at the time, I had maybe a 2-year-old and a 3-year-old at home too.
Mm-hmm.
And then I don't know how old Leland was. I don't know how old Leland is.
Nice. That's a good reason to
But
tell
yeah,
her.
it was. I mean, yeah, I found that out, and well, the way I quit drinking, I weaned myself off of it. I mean, I would the beer aspect. When I totally quit drinking, I was only down to beer, and I think I drank a 12 pack in what a month or 2 months, maybe
What?
beer.
Oh, it didn't take you long to get all
Yeah, the main way I got rid of all the beer that was in my house, I started cooking and I cooked with it. I cooked it all away. I didn't waste it. It went. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Agreed, Jen. That would be. Yeah, I know. It doesn't matter. I mean, your significant
That
other.
was so weird. Like I've only seen one hospital bill from Ohio, and that was $10,000, and that was for the ambulance ride from the hospital where I was at to the hospital I went to, Miami Regional or whatever the hell it is up there in Centerville.
Mhm.
And that was the only bill I ever saw. I never seen a doctor's bill, a hospital bill. I seen one bill, and I haven't seen one since, which tells me that I think that my company paid it off for me.
Yeah, you can't be. I mean, if you had good insurance, they might have taken care of that for you and got you all squared away. Now, you said Saturday night you had two other scares, or was those three scares all in the same one instance?
Uh, I can't remember Saturday. I'm not gonna lie. I'm sure if I think about it, there's probably. Oh, well, yeah. Okay, I know what caused that one. I had a pancreas flare up. I did.
Okay,
Yeah, I did.
you
Uh,
know,
that one there, that's what scares me is I didn't ever know what it was, and I was like, I know it's not alcohol because I don't drink,
yeah,
So it was something, it was something, and I couldn't figure out what it was, man. And then I finally realized I'm gonna get graphic. I was in there doing a number two and wiped and seen something about that big sitting in my poopy.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, you'd be right.
I gallstones.
Oh,
I had a gallstone that hung from my gallbladder. There's a little tube that runs right there at your gallbladder underneath your right kitty, and it connects to your pancreas. Well, in that little valve there that leads from the gallbladder to the pancreas, a gallstone got hung in that, and it, buddy, that is a pain that oh yeah, oh, ooh, I got a doobie snack, guys.
nice. You're allowed to have that on the show. You don't have to hide it. Trust me. It's
That's a
perfectly fine.
respect thing, bro. I mean, you
Yeah,
can't hide the smoke in the lights,
I promise you're
But
perfectly fine. We haven't been canceled yet, and we've said and done some crazy ass shit on this show. I promise you that's not going to get us canceled, and I promise you nobody's going to judge you for it. So,
so
yeah,
okay, judgment free zone. This sounds better than Planet Fitness, dude. How much is the membership?
yeah, I'll send you a bill. Don't worry. And unlike the hospital, we'll
Sam,
get a new bill every month.
I put it on my tab. I'll pay it when I get the money.
So yeah,
So
with the health scares and gallstones and everything like that. Like I said, I want to kind of, we're getting to know Haas. We're getting to know these last few years of Haas, the last 10 years that I've known Haas before we really dive into it.
yes, because that's the part that I really want Miss Tony and Jenny to be here to see, because this right here, there's a there's a lot of shit that I got off my chest already to Tony. I'm only laughing if you don't share.
My dear husband.
Yes.
Mark
Oh,
is
sorry.
judging you because share it.
Hey, that's how all my letters to Chris go too.
Well, y'all still send letters, bro. We straight go to Snapchat and send dick pics, bro.
Yeah.
Like, we bypass the middleman altogether. Fuck y'all, man. Y'all use that snail mail shit. We get them instantly, bro.
Yep. So
No
with
unsolicited ones though.
trust me, that's all we send is unsolicited ones to each other.
You ever seen two grown ass men with ADD? Any of you? This is it right here. Connor's got it too. I'm pretty sure. But me, and there ain't no brakes on our fuck train when it comes to ADD, bro.
No, that's
It's just like
Jeff and I started this show, and we joke all the time about this show and
Look
said
at bird.
this show is ADHD fueled because both Jeff and I have it, and that's one of the great things about this show is the fact that we can have so many different conversations and talk for anywhere from 3 to 6 hours a show. But however, like I was saying, you had the health scares and everything like that, and when I met you, you were a big boy, like you were a hefty some bitch. Oh, you got the robot voice back again, Austin.
This is your fault, Chris. Sounds like Optimus Prime in slow mo.
You got the robot voice back again, Haas. Yep.
We have come to you.
He'll be right back. Yeah, when I met Nope.
No.
Might have to refresh it like you did last time. I think you just refreshed your page, like the whole web page.
So yeah, when I have issues with mine, I literally close out of everything and then restart the link.
Yeah, he'll be back here. Yeah, what I was saying, when I met Austin, he said it. I don't know if you guys caught it, but he was a fat ass. He was fucking huge, and I'm sure some of you guys that know Haas, and have known him, you guys remember how big he was.
I mean, I wasn't.
There we go. I think we're good now, Haas.
God, I gotta back up. I'm goddamn.
So yeah, well, I said, when I met you guys, you were a big son bitch. You were hefty, as you said, you were a fat ass. I was trying not to be a complete dick, but I mean,
and I'm not gonna lie to you, bro. I was a fat, disgusting pig. My eyes, man. I was when I got into truck driving in 2012. I was about 245, 250, and I was hulked out, bro. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I did a lot of weightlifting in school, a lot. So I was still pretty big, man. But by 2017, 2018, I went from 245, 250 pounds to 397.7 pounds. And I was near stroke level, blood pressure, fucking diabetic, pre-diabetic.
You were full blown diabetic.
And it turned into full blown. I was on needle for 2 years, 2.5, 3 years. Insulin injection 3 times a day. I was so big. So Mama over here changed how she cooks. She brought out that Southern Soul Mama cooking. You know what I'm talking about, Chris? That Southern girl cooking, boy. Completely changed how we ate, man. And within 68 days, I went from 390 plus pounds to 287.
I was gonna say you both dropped a ton of weight. I mean,
yes, and that was like within 8 months to a year. And I didn't change. I mean, I still ate the same shit I did. I just changed how I ate it. I found out, man, if you're really, really hungry and you want to just eat and you want a bag of chips or something, just something to eat, get you a bag of pork rinds, eat you a bag of pork rinds, and you won't be hungry again the rest of the damn day. And it helps you lose weight.
Yeah, but pork rinds are nasty.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are not professional dietitians. Do not take any weight loss advice.
Don't take any kind of fucking advice from me.
Hey, dude, if you want to get skinny, I can get your ass skinny. You just ain't going to enjoy it.
No, man, I'm good. I've worked hard for my dad bod. I have got a smoking dad bod, dude. I ain't gonna lie.
Connor, about last year, Connor was looking great, man. I mean, he looked better than he did when I met him when we used to work together. He was jacked. And then, he's had some medical issues, and he's starting to look like me, but he's got bigger titties than me.
I've got solid B cups. My wife felt them last night, and she was like, "Yeah, solid B's."
We're
thinking about
I can't tell mine because I'm broad shouldered. But if I show you mine, will you be able to tell me? I'll probably show them.
I haven't inspected enough boobies, but I've seen my wife go from C to double D. So if it's in that range, then yeah.
But so you guys, I see Brandy. She said I gained 40 back. That's okay.
I borrow a lot.
I went from 195 to 285 in less than a year.
Yeah.
Man.
I've dropped 10 pounds though in the last month, which is good.
Nice. But so I've known Haas now for 10 years, and I've seen a lot of change and I've seen a lot of transformation in him. There's still glimpses of that. He's a fun-loving guy. He likes to joke. He likes to bust balls. That's what we do.
And just a heads up, I do not give a damn. There's nothing off limits, bro.
Yeah. But
Nobody is safe.
I've also
Except
seen
me.
when he pops up in the chat, or if I'm on TikTok, and there's been a couple times where he's popped up with me. He's still the same Haas that I've always known, but he seems a little bit happier. He obviously looks a lot healthier. He sounds a lot healthier than he did when I first met him. And we've kind of got to, kind of got a little bit of a glance into, the last 10 years or so, and the changes and the struggles and the vices that you had. And, I want, and I don't know if anybody else is going to pop up tonight. I sent out some invites to some friends who've kind of dealt with the same thing, but have had issues. But I asked Connor if he wanted to be here tonight because, Connor's gone through a bunch of changes just in the last, year and a half? Year?
Less than that. Hadn't even been a full year yet.
And if you don't mind, Haas, before we jump into kind of your story, if you want to just do like a real quick, what I don't, not like a recap, but kind of fill people in on what as much as you want to share what you've gone through and whatnot.
Nothing's off limits, bro. Look, I'm an open book, and that goes not just for you and you up top. That's anybody, nothing is off limits, yo. Part about it, nothing is off limits. I don't give a damn. I'm so proud of this too.
Wow.
I don't say it
That's
enough.
amazing.
I know I don't, but I'm so proud of that.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. That is amazing.
I've said it a million times. I've told both Brandy and Haas that they both look great. I mean,
Yeah.
where they were when I met them and seeing them and becoming friends. When they lost all that weight, they both look great. You could tell that they were healthy and they felt better too. I mean, that's one of the best things about losing weight. And you know this, Connor. Mm-hmm. When you start to lose the weight and drop those pounds, man, mentally, as much as you can, you start to feel better. But physically, you have more energy. You're sleeping better. Your body don't hurt as bad as it normally like it would in some people. I know I'm old. I was around when Jesus was around. Connor don't have to remind me.
Was the Big Bang Lab?
Security number's 1, bro.
But that's what I was asking Connor. If you want to share a little bit, just kind of, there's some new people in the chatters box, and I know Connor and you and Haas don't really know each other. Just so they can kind of get a feel from where kind of your backstory, what you're going through, where you come from, and whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it brief because this isn't supposed to be about me. But 2020, I went to Afghanistan, came back. I had some issues and never addressed them. Still working on that. And I got back from Afghanistan. And I was like, fuck this, dude. I'm going to join the Army because it's the end of my Air Force contract. And I was like, fuck this. I'm going to join the Army. I'm going to go be an infantryman. And I'm going to go keep being a badass, dude. I love this shit. And long story short, joined the Army. I was in the Army for 2.5 years, almost 3 years. And April last year, I had a spine surgery on something that we had a feeling was going to be really difficult, and it got more difficult than we anticipated it to already be. I had a complication that essentially caused me to lose function in my right leg for about 3 months. I spent 3 days in the hospital with what should have been an outpatient procedure, in and out in the same day. And I don't remember but little snippets of being in that hospital because they had me hopped up on so much pain medication. And it has been, and Chris and I talked about this a little bit on Saturday night, late in the show. But it's been a struggle for me mentally, for my family mentally and emotionally, because they watched Dad go from, to put it in my favorite way to put it, go from badass being, dude, I am the motherfucker. I take people out. This is my shit. I kick in doors. I beat the shit out of people, and I end lives so that I can save lives. Like, I was a fucking badass, and I went from that and this dad who could play with his kids and this husband who could have intimate time with his wife too. I'm in so much pain that I can't do anything. I can't walk around my house without a walker. I can't get around. Luckily, things have changed a little bit with that, but it was such a drastic change from the time that I got back from Korea, which was November, to my surgery in April, and that lasted for about 6 months of me just being a walker, hardly being able to walk, hardly being able to move. I'm on narcotics 24/7, and it was extremely stressful for the family. And on top of that, I was still dealing with a lot of issues mentally from coming back from Afghanistan, and it all piled up. And I won't say that I'm better. Or I'm 100% mentally or physically. I'm definitely not physically, but every road to recovery has its struggles. Everyone's is different. Everyone's is unique. But I'm still on that path. But it's a toughie, and yeah, that's pretty much what the last 12 months has had for me is just is a significant change in my physical health, and it's been stressful on the whole family. So yeah, man, it's tough, and I can applaud anybody who's been able to come back from their lowest lows and that rock bottom, and I can really appreciate hearing your story, man.
And Connor's getting through.
That's
Connor
awesome.
and I,
Dude. That's awome.
there's the beautiful.
Go ahead, Chris. Go ahead.
No, Connor, Connor and I were joking before the show because, Connor and I used to work together at Abercrombie, and I don't know, kind of sort of polar opposites, and how we became such good friends is kind of crazy. But we've become pretty close over the years we've known each other, and he was busting.
It's crazy, bro. You went for working. You worked at Abercrombie, bro. That's funny because when I met you, you were a contract killer, bro.
We were nude models.
We were Abercrombie models. We were Abercrombie underwear models.
Yeah, there's a reason
with Mike Honcho.
Continued that line.
Yeah,
he was Mike Honcho.
Yeah, right. When Haas met me, we used to joke around that I was a contract killer. I was a trained assassin, and I had well over hundreds of thousands of kills in my belt because I worked for Orkin at the time. But no, Connor and I were joking around before the show, and about the last time he was on here for a Monday show, he was just going off to the library to drop a book off, and I was like, "Are you going to the books to drop a book off, or was that when you went to Dairy Queen?" And he was like, "No, I went to Dairy Queen the night I called you, and I was kind of feeling shitty about myself, and you called me a bitch."
Yeah.
But I mean, that's the friendship we have. I mean, he called me, and I think we talked for a good hour or so, just kind of chit chatting.
Yeah.
And, that's all you needed. And there's been other instances where, Jeff, my main co-host, you guys know Jeff. Jeff and I have been friends for 26 years, and there's been times where Jeff's been going through shit, and he might call me at 1 o'clock in the morning, and next thing I know, we're on the phone until 3 o'clock in the morning. Or there's been times where we've done the show, and I just haven't been. He could tell that something wasn't right, and like I wasn't myself. And then he would call me after the show and be like, "Bro, what the hell's going on? Well, what's up? That's okay, guys. This is part of what we're doing tonight. It's all right to do a bro check. Actually, it's very important that we do check on our friends, on our bros. Not to sound douchey or anything, but we should check on our bros periodically or randomly. Now, I spend 2 to 3 nights a week with Jeff, so we get to talk quite a bit on the show, and there might even be just a moment where we're talking about one thing and then we change it into, "Hey, everything good? Yeah, everything's good. You sure? Yeah, okay." Then we go right back into our Connor's starting to be on the show more and more. He's starting to fill in a spot to become a on the show. So, Connor's going to be a part of that. But I mean, the guys that you don't necessarily get to talk to on a regular basis, we should make it a mental note to reach out to them and check up on them. And I know we're talking men's mental health, and we're talking about bro checks, bro checkups, or whatever you want to call them. But Same thing goes for the ladies. I mean, if you've got a male friend that you're close to, or men, if you've got a female friend that you're close to, or ladies checking up on each other, which I think women do a pretty good job of checking up on each other, or just talking a lot more than men do in general.
I don't know about checking up on each other as much
It's
as
more
just
chit chat.
their therapy is being catty.
But
Right.
I do want to kind of somewhat stay on schedule. So, I wanted everybody to kind of get a feel for Haas and kind of understand where Haas was coming from and whatnot like that. And then I also wanted to kind of introduce everybody to Connor. And as anybody else pops up in here tonight, there might be a couple guys that come in late, want to kind of get a few, they don't have to go full into their situation or things they've gone through or anything like that. And the great thing about being the host, I don't have to share. Nobody wants to hear my lame ass story. But I do want to take a real quick break. As they say, got to pay the bills. We do have a couple sponsors out there that I do want to shout out. First one tonight, I want to shout out Liquid IV. Part of we talk about keeping your body right and being healthy body wise is proper hydration. And unfortunately, not all of us are good at it, me included. I'm not very good at properly hydrating. Trust me, I haven't been lately, and I'm starting to feel it. But Liquid IV, they got your back. They got you covered, because one stick of Liquid IV and 16 ounces of water, it's going to hydrate you 2 times faster than water alone. Not only that, but it's got 3 times the electrolytes of all those overpriced sports drinks that are out there. And it's got 5 essential vitamins in it, which are good for you. Vitamins, we all grew up in the same era. Well, most of us. We all remember Hulk Hogan telling us to say our prayers and take our vitamins, brother. So, vitamins with Liquid IV. Not only that, but they got 16 flavors, and they do also have a sugar-free option if you want to go sugar-free. And they got kids. Got Liquid IV for the kids. Got 5 good flavors, 5 fun flavors for the kids, like cotton candy and sour apple and grape and stuff like that, tropical punch. Those flavors that the kids like. Head on over to liquidiv.com. Real people, real flavor, real hydrating. Use our promo code Words Are Hard. You're going to get 20% off your entire order at liquidiv.com when you shop Better Hydration today using our promo code Words Are Hard. Since we're doing the mental health thing tonight, I want to shout out our guys, and I want to play a song here from them. Our guys over at Over and Out, specifically Matt Warren, the lead singer. He wrote this song, Mr. Sinister, and it was kind of, him. He kind of goes. It's kind of like his therapy from some shit that he went through, dealing with stuff and everything like that. They're a monster. These guys are going to be selling out stadiums and arenas. I give it 5 years max before they do. But this is their latest single, Mr. Sinister. Now, when we come back from break, everybody stick around, go get you something to drink, go potty, go do what you need to do. We come back from break. We're going to dive into the world of Haas. And, as much, again, I know you say you're an open book and nothing's off limits, but I want you to know that, dude, you only have to share as much as you want to share. If you want to leave something out, leave something out. If you don't, the stage is yours. The platform is yours. It's not a very big stage. It's not a very big platform, but I love you, man. And I wanted you to know that, whatever I can do to help, and if it means giving you the stage and the platform for the show, I want to do that for you so you can get that out there.
Yeah, and you have no idea how much this really means to me. You have no fucking idea how nervous and fucking just terrified I am of this. But it needs to be done. I feel like if I can get this done, and like I said in that comment right there, y'all, please come back. Mm-hmm. Like there's a lot of stuff that those of you that's in here, there's a reason you're here, and I want to share that reason with you. So y'all, please come back.
Exactly. So we're going to take a real quick break. Like I said, this is Over and Out. You guys can check them out on all the social medias, everywhere you stream music at over_n_out. Go show the guys some love. Let them know we sent you. And check out their other stuff, too, because they got some really good covers that they do. The guys are awesome. I was fortunate enough to meet them one night at a show and became friends with them. I become friends with a lot of people. I'm a lovable guy. We'll be back here in just a few minutes.
Fuck you.
Sleep, where have you gone? There's red in your eyes and blood on your tongue. You know that you're alone. You're all out of time. The deed is done. Mr. Sinister, you win. And now the echoes of your shouting never ends. Well, if you lose yourself, did you notice? Trying to bury your head, lost another one dead in the night. And it's just bringing you down, but you know this. Blaming what everyone said, looking for an escape from your mind. 'Cause you run and you hide from the lights in the sky. Cover up what's inside, and the truth, twisted lies. Oh, it's an awful smell, but you love it. I see you proud of yourself, told the world you're ahead of the times. Ooh, and you cry for help, and you're folded. You know it's all just insane. I'm to blame, and now the numbers gotten too tall. 'Cause you run and you hide from the light in the sky. Cover up what's inside, and the truth, twisted lies. As you run and you hide from the light in the sky. Cover up what's inside, and the truth, twisted lies. 'Cause you run and you hide from the light in the sky. Cover up what's inside, till you die.
All right, and welcome back, everybody. Oh man, I love that song. I do love that song, but you know, getting to talk to Matt and kind of hear where that song came from, it's kind of fitting for the show tonight. So, welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense, everybody. We got Connor in the building. We got Hoss in the building. Not your typical nonsensical nonsense show. We're getting we're diving into a pretty serious subject tonight. Men's mental health. Haas actually did it during the show Saturday night, and said he wanted to share his story and get that weight lifted off of his chest. And my initial thought was, all right, I'll give you a call. It sounded like he wanted to put it out there for you guys to hear, not just a one-on-one or something like that. He wanted to put it out there for everybody else. And my biggest thing is, at the end of the day, I had this conversation with another friend of mine who does radio and podcasting and stuff like that, Dizzy, who we had on the show a few months back, and we were expecting a fun, lighthearted, goofy ass show, and
I'll be right back. Do your thing.
Things got a little serious and got a little heavy. He shared his story that was totally unexpected, but like I told him, then and even just recently, he shared his story and he's on a much bigger platform with the radio station he works for. And I said, you never know, man. Even if you help one person that is going through something, that one person that you're going to help could mean the world to them. So, I'm honored and privileged that Haas wants to come on here and do this. Not only that, but I get to see a more serious side of Haas, because let's be honest, I don't think many of us get to see the super serious side of Haas very often. But anyhow, welcome back to Nonsensical Nonsense. You guys know the drill. Go ahead and give us a follow and be so kind. Give us a share on the social medias. We do have Facebook, Instagram, X, and TikTok. As you guys know, we do the show Monday, Wednesdays, and Saturdays live on YouTube, Twitch, and our Facebook page, 7 p.m.-ish. And then you can also listen to us anywhere, any place, like Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, Spotify, Zencaster, basically wherever you find podcasts at. We are there. I don't know how or why, but we are there. So give us a listen. Give us a little 5-star rating. Leave us a little review if you want to on the Facebook page. Tell us we suck. Tell us we're awesome. It don't matter. Or you can go to bio.link/nonsensical nonsense. It's down at the bottom of your screen. That has all of our links there to all of our social medias. It's also got the links to our sponsors. You can check them out. Just remember to use that promo code Words Are Hard before you check out. That way you get those discounts and those savings and whatnot. There's also, if you're into the Discord thing, we do have a Discord server. That link is on there.
You're just fine.
And if you're into music and you like music, you can check out Glick's House of Music. I do that show live every Friday. Same channels, but I've also got a Mixcloud for that as well. You can check that out. We've done country, 90s country, just did 90s hip hop. Done an 80s night. I did a Christmas show. I've done a country show that I'm probably going to redo because it more turned into a podcast with me and speaking of bro checks, Benji, if you're listening, where you at, bro? Everything okay, man? Like, what's up? Benji and I wound up doing like a 3-hour show unexpectedly and had a very good time, but I want to redo that country show because there's always a method to my madness. Much like tonight, there's a method to my madness. So Jules says, hi, Rob. All right. So let's jump back into it. Like I said, we're kind of talking about men's mental health. And I'll put this on me. This is something I've wanted to do for a long time. So again, thank you again, Haas, because you kind of gave me that kick in the ass and said, all right, let's do this shit. But we got Haas.
Dude, I just realized something. Man. I'm not quite ready yet. I got to point something out here, man. You know my story about being a recovering alcoholic. How's your bitch ass going to put the beer on my side of the screen?
It's not. Oh, I guess it is. Because I'm left-handed.
I should apologize. As you were talking about being a recovering alcoholic, I was drinking my Blue Moon.
Listen, that's not a trigger. I want you to put that shit back. Put it back. That's not a trigger. I'm telling you, this is not a trigger, dude. You'll understand why. It's just fine. I'm the kind of guy, listen, laugh at something and it takes its power out of you. It takes its power away from you. Laugh at it. It won't consume you. It won't control you.
100%. I agree with that 100%. I always feel weird when I'm talking to my friends who, like, if they're on the show and they come on the show and they're like, they're recovered alcoholics. They don't drink anymore. And I'm like, like, should I hide my beer? Should I turn my camera off?
Yeah, I'll come sing you a song here in a little bit.
So, Hush, you got your robot voice back again.
Yeah, I didn't know if that was just me.
Buds? Hush is dealing with technical difficulties, ladies and gentlemen. It's all part of the show. Trust me. We've had a bazillion of them, and we work them through. We're live on this show. That's how we roll. That's how we operate.
It's like the old Verizon commercials. Can you hear me now?
There we go. Yeah. Can we hear me now? How about now? Can you hear me now?
All right, folks. I'm sorry. Let me try something. See if this works real quick.
You can leave the Christmas trees out of the stories. What? Agreed. Laughter is 100% the best medicine, Jules. And while Haas is working on that, so we just don't have complete dead air. One of the things that Jeff and I started this podcast almost 3 years ago. Jeff's been my best friend for 26 years. We've known each other since high school. You talk about polar opposites becoming friends. He's a short little garden gnome that used to wear Jinko jeans that were bigger than him, and I'm a well over 6 foot tall Sasquatch. And he was anti-establishment punk guy. I was kind of a country bumpkin mixed with a little hip hop, and then a little rock and roll. And we've been friends our whole lives. And when we started this show, I told him, I said, look, dude, I said, we got 2 rules when it comes to this show. A, no politics. B, no religion. Do we break those rules?
All the time.
All the time. But we also do it in a humorous manner.
Like
we make fun of politics. We make fun of religion. I'm pretty sure at any moment in time the Catholic people are going to be kicking my door in, the Catholic SWAT. I don't know. The Jesus freaks will be right behind them. It is what it is.
That's okay. That's okay. The ATF hasn't found us out yet.
Yeah. But I told him, I said, ultimately, at the end of the day, I don't want to do a super serious show. I want to have a fun show where people can escape. The show originally was 2 hours. Then we found ourselves talking for 3 hours and was like, let's just take the show to 3 hours, bump the show up to 3 hours. Now Saturday nights we do 6 hours because we open the door and let anybody and everybody come in, and who knows what's going to happen. But I wanted to create an escape because there's enough bullshit going on in the world, and there's enough drama going on in the world that every time you turn on the TV or the news or you get on social media or whatever, it's in your face. So if we can create some kind of escape where people can come and laugh either with us or at us, it don't matter. But it's an escape from reality and they can have a good time. That's what we wanted to do with the show. However, there have been times where we've gotten serious on the show, much like tonight. And Haas, if you're ready, I'm
ready.
I'm gonna kind of mute my mic, and I'm gonna let Haas go. I might interject time, just with any questions. Connor, you're more than welcome to jump in with any questions as well. But dude, the floor is yours, brother. Have at it.
All right, y'all can hear me pretty good though. We're good. Thumbs up. All right, good deal. All right, guys. So now here we go. Before I even get started, I want to thank this dude up here, man. Thank you. I needed this, and I appreciate you being here for me through this too. And it's only going to get better from here, guys. So I've been wanting to do this a while. I just didn't know where to start. And after a lot of thinking and an eye-opening experience here recently, it's time for me to get it out. So I'm not Haas. I'm not this busted rubber. Okay. My name's Robert. I was born in September of 1986 in a town of Moses Lake, Washington. From what I understand and what I was told is 2 different things. I had a really rough childhood up until I was told that my sperm donor was mentally, physically, and emotionally abused me for 4 years, from age 1 to age 4, allegedly. Allegedly, I'll say that. Let's say allegedly. Um, I don't remember much about that point in my life. I remember bits and pieces, but the bits and pieces that I do remember do not involve the physical, the mental, and emotional abuse. Um, so to this day, I don't know really what to believe the first 4 years of my life. Uh, anyways, the age of 4.5, maybe 5, my mom uh, didn't have a babysitter one night. Uh, she decided she wanted to go to a party. Okay. And we've all been teens. We've been to parties. We've been to keggers. Who hasn't? This is what that was. At the age of, I was 4. So that would make my sister 1 or 2, maybe. Uh, anyways, remember going to this party and she met this guy. Uh, I don't remember much about the party because I was put off in the bedroom asleep. You know, kind of weird, right? Go 4 or 5-year-old going to a drinking party, sleeping in some random ass guy's house in somebody's bed. You don't know what the hell's going on, right? So fast forward to what I can remember of that night. Mom had a 1980 something Ford LTD, and this strange ass dude I'd never met in my life drove my mom home because she was so fucked up on drugs and alcohol that she couldn't fucking see straight or function right. Um, Fast forward a little bit longer, I don't remember much about my life in Moses Lake. Uh, I was there from birth until whatever the age of fifth grade is these days, or those days. Maybe what, 11 or 8 or 9, maybe 10. So I don't remember much other than partying, drugs, uh, and bouncing around from place to place, not knowing where I'm going to lay my head at next because I had one person that was obviously, I don't know how my wife puts it, an enabler, so to speak. They were each other's enablers. Um, so I don't remember much. Um, I remember all that bouncing around place to place. I'm sorry I got off track, but I, I also, after a couple of years of bouncing place to place and drugs and alcohol and parties and weird ass people coming to my house to babysit that get fucked up on drugs and whatever else, pass out in mom and dad's bed, puke all over their table in their bed, and then try to climb out their fucking window. You know, uh, I shortly after that I experienced domestic violence for the first time. I was too young to understand what was going on, but I realized, you see, mom and dad, they had a crack addict. Their addiction to crack. Uh, We lived in government housing. Jenny and Tony, you may recognize where I'm telling you. We lived on the base, Airway Heights, right next to Boeing and the airport right there, Patton Park. We lived right there. Uh, I witnessed a full blown crack addiction with this guy my mom met. Uh, there was nights, countless nights that they would consist of yelling, screaming, and flat out full of knockdown bras, man, and police my whole entire childhood.
I don't mean to interrupt you, Haas, but your earbuds have gotten wonky again on you. Got that, got that robot voice. Still, the only downside with using Bluetooth earbuds, I've experienced that in the past as well. It's kind of a pain in the neck, but it's wild listening to Haas talk about this so far, where he's gone, and I can relate so much to it because it's kind of similar to my early life and my early upbringing and whatnot. Coming from a broken home, from parents that were divorced, mom that liked to party and have a good time and bring different men into the house all the time. It's kind of like I'm hearing somebody tell me about my life. It's kind of crazy.
Can y'all hear me okay now?
Yep, I can make some adjustments here. Hold on 1 second. I'll make some adjustments to your. Oh no, I can't actually. I got you potted all the way up. Let's see how you sound.
Can you hear me all right? Is that good?
You're a little low, but
Okay, that's all right. I could talk a little louder. That's okay.
there you go. Yeah, just
Anyway, I experienced that crack addiction. The cause of that, the abuse that my mom went through. I mean, I'd seen some shit. I thought my mom was dead. I really did. With the same guy now, I need to tell you, she was still with to this day. But soon that addiction that this guy had in my life or in his life slowly turned from just my mom, okay, just mom, to it slowly progressed into me. And when I say slowly progressed, I think it finally took full effect when my younger brother was born. The last child, his biological child, his only biological child was born. And the day that he was born, from then on, that's when the physical abuse started. That's when it stopped at mom and went to me. It started out with a belt. I didn't realize as a kid you just don't have the sight to be aware of what your peers have been through. I don't.
what she's saying is, basically she didn't realize, that you guys were friends at this time period, or maybe during your friendship, what you were going through, because when we're younger, we're not old enough or we don't have the life experiences or the knowledge to know, oh my gosh, something, you know, something terrible is going on at home for not for anybody. I mean, there's a ton of instances where something really bad happens to a kid or to a even an older kid, and they may interview or talk to their peers, and they've been like, I had no idea, because the person we seen at home. And again, we said this earlier in the show, we as people, whether we do it intentionally or unintentionally, we put on a facade, we put on a fake personality to get through when people are around. So, it's not
Mhm.
necessarily anybody's fault that they don't realize, because the person that you were in public or, around other people was a different
Mhm.
person that you were.
Hey y'all, this is my wife. This is Miss Brandy. This is
Hey, Brady.
Hey.
this right here is my main right here. But
The shower. I said that like 20
Uh,
minutes ago, but the kids just now.
I'm getting there. Just hold on one second.
You're fine, man. Dude. This is,
Okay.
trust me, it's hard. It's hard to do.
No, it's not that. I forgot where I was at.
Sorry, I got him sidetracked.
ADD for you, man. I'm telling you, ADD, man.
Yeah, hey, trust me.
Anyways, I don't know if the crack use stopped when my brother was born on his dad's behalf. I can't tell you about mom. I don't think dad's did. But I mean, the domestic violence was still there. He was still beating the shit out of her. That's all there was to it. And it was the crack addiction. I found that out way on later on in life what that was. I don't think it stopped in dad's deal, but mom, I'm pretty sure it did when she was pregnant with brother. It got to the point, I guess mom may have cleaned herself up after brother was born. I don't know, because a lot of different things happened. But I know that she wasn't getting hit no more. It would start out with, a belt across the ass out of something minor. There's parents in here now. You know how kids, they get excited and get rowdy and they do some shit they're not supposed to. Get a crack on the ass with a belt or something. That's what it started out with. Oh, I probably better shouldn't do that no more. And then just randomly, it would switch up from but I guess it was probably time for a change. Uh, I Nope, I jumped ahead. Sorry. Anyway, we still moved around Moses Lake. Right before we left, uh, we ended up living at his house on Carswell Drive in Moses Lake. 217 to be exact. It was a duplex connected at the garage. I experienced traumas with the police there. We'd get the shit beat out of us. Me and mom would. Dude would run. So I didn't have to hide from what was going on, keep my mind busy. I decided I wanted to play flag football. I was at the school, I believe it was North Elementary. Met a kid. His name was Jacob Bolin. Okay, we was the same age. We both played flag football. Okay, so uh, uh I wanted that guy to be my coach because that guy played football. That guy was my hero. You know what I mean? That guy's the guy that's raised me. Hell yeah, I want him to be my coach. So met this kid on the flag football team in probably the third grade. Okay. And we both played football together. And this kid is my witness. I don't know if he's out there listening somewhere or not, but if he is, he can verify this, man. My dad took me to my first flag football practice at the side yard out there at the recess area. And this guy reeked of booze, reeked of booze. I don't remember much, but I do remember that my dad yanked me off of that football field, yanked the little cord that the damn velcroed flags hang on to, yanked it off of me and throwed it on the ground and said, we're going home, let's go. Come to find out, he was drunk. He showed up drunk to a kid's function at a kid's school. I got home, and that was the first time that I ever was beaten the way that I had been. I was beaten with hands. I was beaten with fists. I was beaten with objects. I was thrown. I was kicked. I was stomped because he got got pissed off because somebody caught him out being drunk with a bunch of kids and showing his ass. I never was into sports like that really after that at all. But shortly after that happened, we packed up. Middle of the night, we packed up a U-Haul and we went and stayed from over there on Carswell Drive next to North Elementary School to over by the aquatic center right there in Moses Lake to my grandmother's house. We slept there overnight, and the next morning we were up and in this U-Haul going about an hour up the road to this little shithole town that they call Lind, Washington. Okay. To for those of you guys that aren't familiar, this place is nothing. It's a farm community, nothing but flat land and wheat. No, nothing. This place is like a desert in the summertime, and it's like a desert in the wintertime. We used to get storms up in this place, and there would be dust, thunder, and lightning. No rain. This is that kind of place, a little desert ass town. And we moved up there, and I started at the elementary school down there. I was in the 5th grade. My teacher at the time, her name was Connie Fields. She was our 5th grade teacher. Now we lived in this town. I'd say on a rough shot back when me and everybody was there. This place had a population of maybe 500 people, give or take. It's a very toxic place. It started out great. It started great. Not gonna lie, I enjoyed it. And then, how the small towns get. You get them, people that just kind of stand out, and they just they judge you by how you look at that time.
That's one of those things with small towns. Everybody knows everybody, and unfortunately, everybody's in your business at the same time. Welcome to the show. Real quick, Haas, I don't mean to interrupt you. I don't want to lose your train of thought again. I just want to welcome Brian to the show. Brian's a really good friend of mine that I've met through this streaming stuff and doing shows and stuff like that together. And I know he's one of the he's an advocate on men's mental health. He's gone through some things and stuff like that. Haas and I met through my periscoping days when I very first started, and Haas reached out Saturday night during the show and asked about sharing his story, and me just not thinking. I thought he meant like a phone call or something like that, but he asked if he could have the platform. And basically, I wanted to give him an opportunity to put his story out there and share it with everybody. But I also wanted to extend an invite to some of the guys out there that I know that have kind of gone through not necessarily the same thing or anything like that, but we've all gone through things and we've all dealt with things, kind of, and be kind of a, because this is not going to be easy for him. He's powering through it. I can see it. I can hear it in his voice. But I wanted him to know, even complete strangers, we could create a support system and kind of have a support wall for him. So I was just kind of letting him get his story out there. I told him Connor and I would drop our mics down, but if he wanted to add anything or jump in and add anything at all, we would kind of pop in from time to time. But other than that, just kind of let him do his thing.
Cool. Thank you for having me.
It's good to meet you, man. It really is.
Pleasure to meet you too.
But it's fucked up, man. It really is. So we moved to. Is it okay if I go on or?
Yeah. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Okay, I didn't want to cut nobody off. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to kind of let Brian know and introduce you guys. So you're gonna see might see a couple strange faces pop up here tonight. I don't know who all is gonna make it and who all's not gonna make it, but
So this is all completely new to me, guys. This is the absolute very first ever anything like this for me. I from time to time I'll do the little live deal on the TikTok and shit like that, but it doesn't amount to nothing. I'm not on very long. So this is all very new to me. So it's sorry if I'm kind of dragging ass and shit, but it's all good.
It's good. It's good. Don't worry. I mean, again, like you said, it's new to you, and
well, goddamn it, if I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna do it my way. I want to do it big. I want people to know that they're not alone. That if there's someone going through the exact same thing that I'm going through now, if it helps, then I'm happy. But so met a lot of good people first there. Then the true colors started showing out. Mom and dad tried to hide their addiction, their problems, their issues, their everything. They thought they had it covered up. They thought that, but eventually their true colors showed. Now, mind you, this small town, everybody knows everybody. Obviously, there's I don't know how many of them from back there that are in here on YouTube now, but I mean, I went squirrel. Sorry, guys. But their true colors showed, and for the longest time, I blame myself, I guess, for their issues. I guess because I know that there was something wrong. I've known there was something wrong with me from a very, very young age, and I've made it known, but nobody done nothing. So I mean, I knew that I wasn't okay. I thought it was my fault, and that didn't help that situation any either. But I eventually realized that because not only was I catching that shit at home, the abuse, the degrading, the abuse that I was getting at home after so long, the kids, Jenny, the kids, not Jenny, and no, just as an example, the kids that were in that town were feeding off the emotions of their parents or whoever, somebody that had an issue with how my parents was, and because people didn't like my parents, their kids didn't like us, and I dealt with that up until the time that I moved here, and it took me forever to realize that all the anger and the bullying, the abuse was all their fault, and it wasn't. They were feeding off somebody else's emotion toward a situation that I had no control over. But the physical abuse was really rampant around the seventh grade. Dad made some fucked up decisions in his life that affected his career, that affected his. He done some shit that affected his journey in life. I'll put it that way. It wasn't nothing criminal that he has done, so to speak, I guess. But that somehow turned around to be my fault. Not just mom, not just anybody else, not the brother, not the sister. It was targeted at me, and the more I thought about it, this is the exact same story that was told about my sperm donor. I've been told my entire life that to this day, that they will still tell you it was him. He was abusive. He beat you. But the abuse that I experienced, the abuse that I went through, wasn't my fault. You know, I don't wish that on anybody, man.
No, that's the downside, unfortunately.
And I was mad at them because they didn't understand. I was telling Tony about this, Chris. I was telling Tony, she's down here in the chat in YouTube. I finally broke down and talked to her. I made a post on Facebook just to get that shit out there, and it still wasn't good enough. I didn't feel like somebody was hearing me. So a lot of this is a more in-depth than what I posted on Facebook, and I don't have Facebook. But it's so much deeper than that. I was mad at. I didn't care. They saw that as a target after all of this, and I was that guy, the target, the one that I got beat at home. The way I seen it, I wasn't gonna fight you back, man. I was so physically and mentally just broken, bro, that I wouldn't have even fought him back. I mean, there's Jenny can count on this, man. I'd come to school with black eyes, man. Black eyes. At 11, 12 years old, the middle school, man, 7th grade, with black eyes, man, lumps on my head, lip looked like Bubba from Forrest Gump, bro. It didn't stop. I was telling Tony, I said she sent me pictures of home. That's always going to be home. The most toxic, calming place to me. The most toxic and calming points. And the reason I say that is because you got kids that was like Jenny right here that's in here. I don't know if she's still in here, but like Jenny knew she knew this. See, you see, I'm not lying to you guys, man. It was awful. I caught shit at home. I caught the physical abuse at home. I caught the physical abuse at school. I was telling Miss Tony, man, this lady has been with me since the 5th grade. I faked being stupid. I faked being retarded so I could be put into a special education class to be with that woman because she was my safe place. And I got that effect from Jenny. Like, Jenny don't know the effect that she had on me either. Like, just a little shit, man. One story from Jenny, man. We were sitting we had to been maybe 5th grade, 6th grade. Was it a basketball game? I guess rec league, elementary league, whatever kind of the little kids basketball. Jenny was there. Jenny was there taking pictures, doing recordings, doing something with that little basketball game. She was off in her own little world, just jamming the headphones. I was in a new place. I didn't know anybody. My sister was on the team. That's the only reason I was there. And I just kind of sat next to her and I looked at the little camera, watched all the games and stuff. And she just kind of hands me a headphone. And I was like, well, so I was like, what's this? And she goes, it's fuel. I was like, okay, like the best memory ever right there with that. That was it. She never went out of her way to really treat me like the rest of the kids did. Does that make sense? Like she was there, like she just stayed neutral in the situation. But it was great because now there was two places that I had that I knew that it was going to be cool. I remember also with her another story. We was in an FFA at the high school, middle school, whatever it is now. It was a high school back then, and we put on a haunted house, man. And this girl, she was a sports nut, man. She played volleyball, softball, and she fucked her leg up, fucked her knee up, something. She had, I don't know what she had done to it, bro, but it was pretty bad, man. And so we put on this haunted house. The FFA did, man. Me and just all the boys, Jared and all of them, and we all was in that class and put on this haunted house. And it was pretty cool. I felt like shit, man, because I played this like Uncle Fester looking thing, man. It was funny. I ain't gonna lie. It was funny. I had this white, I don't know, like, I can't tell you. It wasn't face paint, bro. It was some kind of other paint, man. But because when you peeled it off, it brought your skin with you, man. It felt like you was slowly tearing duct tape off your face, and it hurt. I played the dead Uncle Fester. That's the best way. But I reached out, and part of my deal was to set up and grab them and scare them. Man, I grabbed this chick's boot, man. She was wearing a boot, and the next thing I hear a flap, and all the leaves just kind of around where I was at, and I was like, man, I tripped this poor girl up, man. I felt like total shit, dude. It hurt so bad because I knew she fucked herself up, and that didn't help it no better, man. But those are just a couple of those with her, man. And honestly, there's not many of those for many people growing up. But I've learned to accept the fact that I was mad at them for nothing that they did to me, really.
Well, and that's the thing. You know, when you when you go through a rough childhood, a rough upbringing, and stuff like that, you try to find solace and peace and whatever good memories that you can make during that hard time. and Jen, I gotta say, you guys were just kids back then. You can't let what happened back then, haunt you today, because you stay in neutral. As you said, you were just a kid. At the end of the day, we've all been there. Who the hell's going to listen to you? There's a song from back in the day. It's a country song.
And I'm sorry.
You're good. There's a country song from back in the day called "Alyssa Lies," and it's about a little girl.
Yes.
Who went to her dad, and thankfully her dad actually listened to her. But how many cases do we see on the news or reading the newspaper of kids who are being abused and whatnot, and nothing's done, no matter if another student or another kid goes to a teacher or to somebody of authority and tells them, and yet still nothing gets done because they're a dumb kid, and who's going to listen to a dumb kid at the end of the day?
Right, and that's exactly the mentality I had, Glick. I'm glad you said that, because as you were saying that, it popped into my head that I was let down. I was let down. A couple of instances of this, just a couple of the worst beatings that I've had. Okay, now this first one, I talked to Tony about this and all of this, man, but some minute shit happened. I was in the sixth grade. I do know that. Something minute had happened. That's just how important that was to me. I don't know what it was, but they made a big fuss out of it, man, and it pissed Dad off. It pissed him off something bad, and the principal, I'm not going to name any names. Chris Johnson, you're a scumbag. This man yanked me out of a class. I don't know what class it was, over something petty, and said, well, I told your dad what happened, and he wants me to bring you home now. This piece of shit failed me as a principal. This dude was not only a sixth grade teacher, he was a principal. This principal of the school personally drove me the half a mile, literally across the other side of town. I could walk there in 2 minutes to personally get beat down, completely beat down over something that was so petty that it was nothing. This dude allowed me to go home and get physically abused. I showed up to school the next day with bruises on my arms, on my chest, on my back, and a lip sticking out to here, man. How are you going to define that? You know, that they put 2 and 2 together. You know, kids aren't dumb. Kids saw, hey, this is going on at home. Let's do it in real life. Let's do it to them outside of, you know, outside of that, because, you know, apparently it's okay for it to be done behind closed doors. You know,
No,
and
exactly, that's the unfortunate thing with society. Is like you said, you were from a small town, and the parents all knew what was happening in your house, and the adults in the town all knew what was going on in your home. And rather than speaking out or being that voice for the voiceless, so to say, which is, you know, what you were going through, or any child that's ever been abused, you know, they're voiceless. Instead of those adults or parents or teachers or whatever doing the right thing and sticking up for you and being your voice, rather instead they behind closed doors they basically shunned your family and talk bad about you, to where the other kids at school thought, well, if mom and dad say that, you know, that family's garbage, and, you know, Rob's garbage, then, you know, I'm going to treat him like garbage, because it's taught. It's not a kids are not naturally hateful, despiteful little monsters. You know, I'm a dad myself, and, you know,
and
my son is the kindest, gentlest, happiest little goofball in the world. But
and if I can be honest with you, Chris, with that, it wasn't just the students, it wasn't just the parents, man. When I tell you that I had nobody, man, I had nobody. Uh, it was so bad at one point in time. Here's a story that Jenny doesn't know, but and what Brandy doesn't know, but Miss Tony knows. We had a DARE program. Y'all remember the DARE program from school? Keep kids off drugs. You know, uh, the officer, Ned Bernath. You know, he was he if law enforcement was to keep you safe, he was the one that I would have trusted to keep me safe. Let's put it that way. I told Ned Bernath that after a DARE meeting, man, we were outside playing at recess. I says, Deputy Ned, I I I'm getting hit at home. I'm getting beat up. I says, I told the teachers won't do nothing. Every fucking teacher turned their back on to what was going on. And to quote the woman, she said, we were told to stay out of it. It wasn't our business to stay out of it. That was the school system.
mm-hmm.
That was the law enforcement. So not only was I failed by the teachers that are virtually paid to teach you, to protect you, to keep you safe in their possession, didn't do that.
Mm-hmm.
So
no, you and it's, you know, and this is the crazy thing. It's, you know, you say that, and it's almost like, man, this is like kind of a like a one-time deal. But unfortunately, y'all, especially adults, we have to listen and pay attention to what our kids are saying. You know, you know, and especially the teachers and stuff like that. The ball has been dropped on kids for years. And this is just one person. This is just one man telling his story about what he went through as a child, and how everybody literally dropped the ball and let him down. Think about everybody else that it's happened to. Think about all the other kids. Think about the kids that it's happening to right now, maybe in your neighborhood.
yep.
And people turn a blind eye to it. It's crazy to me.
I had virtually nobody, bro. I was non-existent in my home unless I was getting beat on. So I didn't have no kids to hang out with. You know, I had the Rogers boys. You know, the two from Washington that's in here that I know of. That are on YouTube. They know the Rogers boys. Well, I had them. If I wasn't there, if I was there, I wasn't getting beaten, but I was still surrounded by domestic assault, child abuse, and alcoholism. But I wasn't being beaten, and I knew that them boys, they weren't being beaten by their mom or their dad because I was there. People were scared to do that back then. I don't know if they're still scared to do that today or not, but beat their own kids and then have someone else's kids come over and not beat them in front of them. You know what I mean? That type of deal.
Mm-hmm.
So I had them. Yeah, we raised some hell. We got in lots of trouble. I ain't gonna lie, man. But we learned to keep our mouth shut. We would tell story on the Rogers. Man, we would tell mom, "Hey, man, but I'm going over here to sleep with them because toxicity loves toxicity. Misery loves company." And to this day, I'm going to tell you right now, my parents are the most miserable motherfucking people I know in my life. So they attracted to the Rogers boys as parents. They got drunk together. They done drugs together. So we would lie to our parents and say we was going to stay at each other's houses. And then we would turn around. Lynn was a small town, small farm town, man. A lot of farmland. We'd go out and find an old abandoned farm somewhere. And we would just sit up all night bullshitting. Yeah. There's not a part in that town that I lived in that I didn't walk because I didn't have anybody else. And I found a lot of places. Let's get real with you, man. I was trying to commit suicide. I was trying to kill myself. That's point blank, man. I had that town. I had endless possibilities because it was so small. I could walk it. I can tell you parts about that town, and I haven't lived there in 20 plus years. That people that still live there know that I didn't know existed. They'd go find it, and it still existed. So I had lots of places. I had lots of opportunity. And I got lots of means to commit suicide, man. Like the only thing that didn't stop me was the fact that there was something in the voice in my head that said, "They're not going to miss you. They're not going to come look for you. I mean, you're just doing them the favor." That right there is what saved me. I knew if I can go from having a nice farm rope, big bull rope accessible to me, and an old abandoned barn right in the middle of town, nobody would have found me. Nobody would have come and looked for me. Nobody would have done nothing. So it would have done no good. So they had to deal with me,
It's funny how a certain level of almost defiance, we'll call it spade a spade, just a will to be an asshole was in a dark spot, in a very dark place. That was your light. That was your shining light to keep you from doing what you were doing. Just to be a defiant asshole and still make sure they had to deal with you. Which I'm glad you didn't do it, obviously,
I was a very miserable person. I was the person, by the time that I left Lynn, Washington, to come over here to Eastern Tennessee, I was that guy. I'd have walked right out in the middle of town and kaboom. I mean, that was that, but I didn't because nobody would have cared. And that's the reason I didn't. Nobody would have cared.
Well,
because at that age, those kids would have only known the memories of the person that I was back then. And that's the thing. A lot of these people probably still do. But I'm grateful that the ones that are here, that they know, man, that they're not the problem. They're not the problem at all. I was mad at the wrong people for the wrong reasons.
So let me ask you something.
Okay.
With everything that's happened, when you were, and I guess it could kind of be kind of a round table thing. Kind of want to get the other guys' opinions as well. With everything that's happened, everything that happened to you as a child growing up to this point where you are still in Washington before you come to Tennessee, in your life right now as an adult with children of your own and everything like that, I'm a very firm believer in, I'm never going to forget. I'm never going to forget what's something that somebody's done to me. But have you reached a level yet where you're willing to look at the past and understand, look, knowing what you've gone through in your personal life with your addictions and stuff like that, looking back and go, look, I know that this monster had a hold of them, this monster had control. It what may or may not have necessarily been who they actually were as real people, but that addiction, that drug monster, that alcohol, it had a hold of them. It had such a tight grip on them, and it turned them into something that they weren't necessarily. Are you able to, or were you able to yet find a place to forgive them? And if you haven't, that's you'll do that when you get there. I'm just curious to know, in your state of mind now, have you reached that level of being able to forgive them?
Damn, dude.
Can I answer
No.
partly on that?
Never forget. Don't ever forget anything.
No. I'm getting ready. Don't change nothing up. I'm gonna get into it. As far as being a addict to multiple substances, yes, I can forgive them for being an addict. Because addiction is a disease, man. It grabs you before you even know that it has a hold of you.
It's hard, dude. Trust me. It's
No,
hard.
it's not the story, dude. It's not the story. It's really not. The fact that there's somebody out there from that knows the shit that I went through, bro. And that comment you just pinned, do you know how many years I've been waiting for something like that to happen?
What did he mean?
Yeah, that's what it's all about, dude. I think Brian can agree with me. I think Connor can agree with me. It's not about where you come from at the end of the day.
It's about where you're going.
Your story doesn't dictate, your past doesn't dictate who you are or who you become.
Mm-hmm.
That's up to you. You get to decide at the end of the day, ultimately, the person you want to be, and where you want to be in life. Yeah, we're all eventually going to take that. I'm sure, Connor's done it. Maybe Brian's done it. They can kind of say I'm wrong or right. But we all have choices to make in life. We can either go down road A or road B. But ultimately, at the end of the day, we're going to get back to where we need to be, as long as we want to better ourselves. You might, and I've gone through the trials and tribulations, and I've had choices. I can keep going down this path, or I can go down this other path, and I can become not necessarily a better person, but I'm still the same old asshole I've always been, but a little bit better version of who I used to be.
Yeah, and it's funny, man. Again, this is kind of this is kind of a spoiler alert, man. This is not just a one way. This wasn't just one person in the household, bro. No. This wasn't just. I wasn't catching the abuse from just one person in the house.
It very rarely is. That's the sad part about it is.
The thing is, Mom was relatively. She, my mom, fuck it. My mom's a goddamn narcissist, man. My mom, the whole time this is going on, the whole absolute time this is going on up to this point in my story here is Mom's just as much to blame as what Dad is. And I brought that to her attention. And well, what about all the beatings that I took? What about all of this that I did and all of this that I did? Well, I let it go. I didn't have the answer to that. I didn't. I was so mentally fucked and controlled by her that you go out there and say, "Hey, Robert, I took a piss out here and it's lime green." I'd go out there and I'll be a son of a bitch. That piss was lime green. That's my mom. Okay.
if you don't mind,
Not at all.
Brian, go ahead and cue up your mic real quick. And what you just dropped in the comments, if you want to reiterate that for me, man, because that's a true statement. And that's kind of what I was trying to get to. Brian just said it way better than I did.
So this is like one of the quotes that I've come across on Reddit, because we've all been through some shit, very traumatic shit. And I know for most of us, the hardest thing is to let it go because we carry it. It's a burden. We feel guilty. We have survivor's guilt of it. So it takes some time, but it can be done. But pretty much it's let go. Sometimes the only solution is to let it go. No more overthinking, no more crying, no more headaches. Exhale, keep your sanity.
I couldn't have said that any better myself, Brian, because this is me letting go. This is I'm saying this, and then after this is said, it's I've let go everything. I've let go. I'm at peace. I'm going to do my thing now. But I need to get that out there because I want people to know why, this is why you're doing this. I'm letting go. I'm letting go of something I should have let go of 25 plus years ago. This is just my way of doing it. And the people that are in here, they're part of this story. And they'll forever be in my heart, and I'll still forever be in contact with these people. But I'm letting go of my past. I'm letting go of every transgression I did to somebody. Every transgression that was done to me, I'm letting it all go. Then this is just my way of doing it. And why no better way to do it than start from the very beginning and then to end, so there's no stone left unturned.
Yeah. Another one I've come across is you are not what happened to you. You are how you choose to handle it.
Exactly.
I wanted you to say that out loud there, Brian.
Yes, I did too. Thank you.
Jesus. That's really
Yeah.
That's how you should define yourself. Is how you handled what you've come across in your past, in your trials and your tribulations.
Yeah.
And my favorite word is warrior. I call my wife a warrior woman. I call myself a warrior. And listening to you talk about your story and your past and what all you've been through, it's how you've chosen to handle it. Yeah, there might have been a better way to take care of it, or maybe there wasn't. But dude, you took it like a fucking champ. You took it on the chin. You kept fucking moving forward, and you're here now.
I wasn't going to be a statistic, my friend. I refuse to be a statistic. And that's why I was telling Glick, man, I needed to get this out. I'm ready to talk, man. I said, I don't care if I was on your show or not, just as long as you got what I had to say out and you do with it what you please. And that's word for word what I said. I needed to get it out, and these people specifically that I asked to be in here are in here now. And that in itself speaks volumes to me. And this is my way of appreciating them, highlighting that I had good times with them. No, there's not a negative memory one with these people that I bring up in here, and I wish there was one other dude in here because that dude turned out to be a brother of mine, man. Jared Bierman, man, he was the head guy, man. He was that ringleader, so to speak, in the cartel world of school bullying. He was that El Chapo, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Immediately, just right off the rip, there was nothing. I walked through them doors and boom, it was from the time I walked in to from the time I walked out of the front door of my fucking house to the time that I got to the front door of that school to the time I got back to the front door of my house was the ringleader of a lot of shit, man. And what brought us together was football, man. We played football together. He was literally my right-hand guy on that football team. He was my right guard. I was his left guard. So we were right there, side by side pretty much. And we kind of developed a little bond. And as soon as we started playing football together, a lot of shit changed, man. I talked to that man about 6 years ago, and it's like we never missed a beat. And I haven't seen this guy since September of 2002.
Wow.
I don't talk to him, but Jenny and Tony know who he is, man. And I can say, man, the guy that I've seen, he completely different from who he was. And I'm proud of him too, because I know that guy had demons too, and I don't discuss that, but I know he had demons, you know.
Yeah.
But I'll forever be grateful to the people that are in here experiencing this with me, especially the ones back home, not necessarily at home, but it's home. It's always going to be home. It's the most toxic, calming place up until this point that I could tell you I've ever been to. Because when I still get into my moods, the first thing I do, I get onto Google Earth, man, and I Google my home address, and I'll sit there and I will do this number on my phone like this right here, just virtually walking every field like I always did when I felt like I didn't have nobody. I'd walk those same hills and those same, just coasting over, just because it calms me. You know, it's the most calming, toxic place I've ever been.
It's funny how the place that has some of the hardest times and probably some of the worst memories, from our childhood, also kind of becomes that almost like a safety net, like a sometimes you find yourself drifting back, going, like you said, it's almost a calming effect. I was talking to a buddy of mine. That not too long ago, there was a news story that came the news story that came out about the husband here, or the husband here in Ohio, that basically executed his wife and his three sons. Well, he was a survivor of family mass murder. Basically, his dad killed his 4 siblings and his mom and left, and he thought he was dead as well. And then he turned the gun on himself and killed himself after he set the house on fire. And we were talking about it because that story came out, and he's like, it's crazy. I moved so far away from there, but yet sometimes I have this urge to go back because that's home. And he finds peace there. One of the worst tragedies that's ever happened to this kid in his entire fucking life. Every once in a while, he hops on a train or a plane, or jumps in his car and drives back and stays in a hotel nearby and just goes visits. He finds peace there. And it's kind of wild where, as human beings, some of the worst things that ever happened to us, where it happened to us, that we can find the most peace and the most calmness there.
Well, also too, you can reflect on it because you realize it's a personal development, because when you look at it, you realize, you reflect things that went on, but then you look at yourself how you were then to you are now. It's like a huge drastic change, because coming up from like me, like I grew up in the hood. All right. Every other day was shootings and sirens and everything going on. So, and then with all the stuff that I endured growing up as a kid, but you look at it when I look at it from my point of view, it's like, I look at them like, damn, I came from a shithole. I grew up in the shithole. And then through life, with my parents splitting, with me staying with my dad was the best decision, because I was going to go nowhere with my mom. So I stayed with my dad. And how I am now to where I was then, it is a huge huge change because it's like, even though I am, we all have our little stumbles along the way, but we still strive to become better. How to become better. But I think it's a personal development growth of when you see yourself like, damn, I came from this shithole into where I am now. I mean, it's kind of like a chaotic sense of calm, I guess.
Yeah. Right.
Controlled chaos.
Yeah.
But it's
Mhm.
just, yeah. I mean, and like, and I'm glad that the lockdowns happened because I mean, to me, it was beneficial to me because I had time to reflect a lot of stuff because I had a lot on my mind. And one of the stuff I came across was like from Confucius, and he says, "Attack the evil that is within yourself, rather than attacking the evil that's in others."
Mm.
Oh,
I mean, like philosophy has been like the biggest outlet for me like throughout the whole lockdown because now I have a better perspective on life and shit. I mean,
And I do too, man, and it's amazing. And I never would have thought this would be something I'd ever do, man, because well,
It's personal.
it's personal. I was always grown up, man. Like I don't know if I'm a '90s kid. Okay, I was born in the '80s. My whole '90s, I was growing up, man. During that time, domestic violence and shit like that, dude. The cops that beat their fucking wives, or it was the cops was, well, you should have been a better wife situation, and uh, it was the same way with with child abuse too. I guess I don't know if it was maybe just the era or if or what really. I went to law enforcement, man. Like I said, I went to law enforcement, man, and I guess I got the poorly educated way of saying, well, maybe you should be a better kid, you know, and really not knowing that the actual domestic and the actual child assault was stemming from one thing, and that was substance abuse. They had this facade, I guess you can say, this alter ego, this whatever the fuck you want to call it, but they were completely night and day when you were in public, you know, or when hey, we got a call here, there's some yelling and screaming and crying, and you're hurting me. Oh no, man, we were just playing. Everything's cool, man. Honestly, yeah, yeah. Well, can we talk to the kids? Yeah, it was okay. We were just playing, right, kids? That was mom. Okay, yeah. They put on that facade, man. Oh, okay. Well, yeah,
well, like it's the same thing like we said earlier, and growing up and dealing with, or even in life in general, dealing with traumatic uh, things happening to you or going through some terrible things. We create. Not only were they creating a different personality for the outside world, well, we react by dealing with that. We create a personality and a facade. And Haas, I mean, that goes back to when you and I met. You were an absolute domestic terrorist in the
Yes.
chat. I mean, you were vulgar, you were disgusting, you were disrespectful as all hell. I mean, I had conversations with you live on the show, and then when we started talking outside of the show, you and I had conversations, and it was like it wasn't until we started having conversations outside of the stream when I realized this isn't who he portrays when he's in there. This is not Haas. This is not Rob. This is not the guy that comes into my fucking streams and acts like a complete asshole to the point where I want to punch him in his head some night. And then I got to kind of get a feel for a little bit of, I'm a good, I read, I'm a good reader of people. And I was like, okay, he's dealing with some stuff. Now I understand. Now I see what's going on. I won't be such a dick to him in the chat, but I also not going to give him it's almost a cry for attention. Where it's like, all right, I'm not
Yes.
getting all the attention
Yes.
I'm screaming for.
Yes. And all jokes aside, yes. Yes, man. That's it. It was help. It was help.
And I think Brian understands that too, because Brian's been doing this live streaming thing for a while, for a few years now, and he's been in different shows and different platforms, and he's seen the guy in the chat, or the person, we'll just say the person in the chat, that is acting completely off the wall for no reason, and then it's like, then you get to learn a little bit more about them, and you're like, okay, they just want attention. All right, so we're not going to give them the attention they want, but we're gonna let them kind of just do their thing and just kind of
Kind of like their own, kind of like their own way of venting.
She was.
yeah, exactly right.
If she comments, let me know. So, can I since we're getting all personal and stuff, and I'll do respect to everybody. Would y'all mind if I kind of told a personal story between me and Jenny?
Oh, that's between you and Jenny if you tell a personal story.
A big part of why I wanted her here too, to not only not what I've seen her type so far just kind of blow me away, but little personal story, man. Do y'all remember our 8th grade graduation?
Splash
Yeah.
Town Water Park.
My parents weren't there. That was okay, but that's not, no. Stop it. No. Edit that out when you do the whatever. Edit that part out. But a little personal deal here, man. Not only with the personal story, but me and Jenny had the personal experiences that we've had. The all-time best one is this girl right here was unfortunate enough when we walked down the stage or walked down the aisle to receive our diplomas. She happened to be the one that was paired up with me. I got to escort her to get her diploma, and she got to escort me to get mine. That is by far the best memory that I could possibly have in that town.
Well, it sounds like you and Jenny, I mean, and obviously you said it tonight. I mean, it sounds like you guys were super close. I mean,
no.
Really?
Complete opposite. She stayed neutral. She stayed to Jenny. She didn't get involved with the bullying. She just stayed to herself for the most part. I mean, like, we never up until those couple of instances, like the dance at Camp Wooten in 2018, or I'm sorry, 2001. Yeah, like that, the dance and that stuff. I mean, there are a lot of good memories there, but other than those few things, Jenny stayed to herself, and I just kind of.
So where was the friendship? When was the friendship developed? Where you guys, because it seems like you guys are pretty close.
If I can be honest, I had moved to Tennessee.
Okay.
And I'm going to kind of jump ahead and then I'll jump back. Part of when we moved from Lind, we left second or third day of September, because we went to school. We started school back in September back then. And I had already signed up to play football because for me, I wanted to hurt people. I wanted to hurt people really, really, really bad. because I was at that place in my head at that time. I wanted to just, if I played football and I just kill somebody, hey, it's part of the game. I was aiming to kill. I honestly, and it, whether it was my team or somebody else's team, 100% of the time on that field, I was going to kill somebody. That was my mentality. I'm going to kill you. I was in a dark place, man, and that football was my outlet to get my violence out. It I didn't want to go. I wanted to stay and play football. I wanted to stay and hurt people, you know. But we virtually something happened. I don't know what happened, Glick. Tony, Sam, Jenny, I don't know what happened. One night after that pep rally before our first freshman game, the year that I left, we left virtually the middle of that night. Me and my mom, something was happening. To this day, I do not know the reason that we moved here. It was guised under a job with the United States Department of Agriculture, Food Safety Division. Basically, what she does is she inspects the cattle, poultry, pork, and all that shit before it is sold and give to distributors to do with what they do. She's the one that puts that stamp on your meat.
FDA approved.
Yeah.
I'd appreciate it if your mom stopped stamping my meat. I said there was going to be some funny in here tonight. Plus, if I can get Brian to do that, it's a win.
I've never thought Chris Flick was funny, but that was good.
That's freaking hilarious.
I honestly, in that department, bro, I'm not the one to ask because, like I said, my childhood, bro, if my parents weren't partying and fucking beating each other up, they were sitting at home. And I'm sorry, I did say that it wasn't just one person. This was two ways. As far as physically, no, my mother never, ever, 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 ever put her hands on me, ever in an abusive way.
She was
I hold my mother. I feel the same way about my mother that I do my father, because even though my father was the one that physically abused me, she was the one that allowed it to happen. She was the one that continually allowed it to happen and allowed it to happen, and then explained it off. Well, oh, he doesn't know what to do. It's okay. He still loves you. You know, that man has not told me he loved me one time since his son was born. And I've got right next to me 10 years that'll verify that. Right here next to me.
That's the crazy thing, you know. When a lot of times when people think, abuse, they automatically think physical. Mental abuse is just as bad. They don't put the physical scars on you, or the physical, but the mental scars are just as bad and just as hurtful, and especially in most abusers. Let's be honest. Whether it's physical and or mental, most abusive people or people that are in abusive relationships or whatever, that person that's doing the abusing is also narcissistic as fuck.
You say
worse because in some way
you can alter a physical scar. You can alter a physical injury. You can alter and fix it and make it normal. The thing is that it doesn't matter what you do or how you cut it. There is zero cure for an emotional scar. There's no altering. There's nothing you can do to fix that condition. There is no cure for it. And that's the fucked up thing in my situation, is because I still got two parents to this day that do not give a fuck about me.
I can second that. So I want to ask you something, because Brian kind of touched on it, and Brian and I kind of similar background. I grew up living in the hood and in the ghetto and this, that, and the other thing with my mom. We had a very unfortunate instance, well, a couple instances, which basically it was like, if I don't get the fuck out, I'm going to probably wind up dead in these streets and be a statistic, be another number, be another casualty to the streets, not because I was out there gangbanging or dealing drugs or doing drugs or anything like that. It's just my personality and my, who I was, even at 12 years old. But, when I had to go live with my dad. I won't say things got a whole lot better in the home. I mean, it got better. Don't get me wrong. It got better to a certain degree, but I was given better opportunities and I was given a better chance of, I had a teacher in 8th grade that told me I wouldn't live to see 18 with the rate I was going, or 8th grade. Yeah, it was 8th grade teacher said I wouldn't see 18 the rate I was going. But did it get better at all in any way, shape, or form when you guys left Washington and came to Tennessee?
No, sir. No, sir. I'm here to tell you firsthand. No, sir. It changed absolutely nothing. It was the same shit, just a different location.
Was your mom still with the same guy, or is she
yes,
still with him today?
Yes. They have been together since I was 4 years old. This emotional trauma has been caused from the time those two were together to current day, and I say current day because it's still ongoing, and I'm still handling that. And that's what happened. I don't know, Jenny. I don't know, Tony. I don't know why I moved out here. I understood there was a job. There is indeed a job. And she has done the same job since the day we moved here. I will say that. The job is legit. But I do not know why, with there being USDA field offices as far away as Moses Lake, Washington, from where we lived in Lynn, Washington, that I have personally been to with her. I don't understand why East Tennessee, why over near next to Knoxville, why this exact location. I don't know. I don't know. We packed up literally in the middle of the night. Me and my mom did. We packed up that little blue fucking Pontiac Grand Am, and me and mom drove from Lynn, Washington to basically Knoxville, Tennessee. No explanation other than it was a job. One does not just simply move 3,000 miles away for a job.
No, unfortunately, yeah. Somebody does not just dip out in the middle of the night, like you said,
And it wasn't the whole family, bro. It was it was me and mom first. Me and mom, well, I loaded up. I had a fucking meltdown. I did not want to go. I wanted to stay and play football, and I refused to leave because I wanted to play football. And I says, okay, let me get my football jersey. Let me get my football helmet. Let me get my yearbooks with my memorabilia from my football games. Let me get that with me so I can have it with me. Oh, no, man. Mom, your dad and them they'll bring it down when they come down with us. I'll make sure they grab it. I don't know why I moved. And to this day, I still have no football memorabilia, man. No memories. No memories at all with this dude that was literally the main reason I wanted to go and kill myself. That turned into a friend of mine because of a common interest in hurting people. We turned into best friends, and it stopped virtually. I have no memories of that to look back on because it was never brought to that day. That very reason right there is the reason that after that couple of weeks that I could say unofficially I was a freshman football player, that they moved down there and my shit wasn't on the truck. My memories, the special messages from each person on that football team that the coach, basically said, if you want to sign yearbooks, you're going to write something positive in each person's yearbook. And we passed that yearbook around, and we all wrote something positive about each other in a yearbook. I don't have none of that, bro. And my interest in everything school related from that point on, non-existent, dude.
So, just out of curiosity, just kind of a curiosity question. It may be more of a informative question, I guess. So, outside of everything that was going on and everything that had happened up to this point in Washington, when you left Washington to come to Tennessee, do you feel like for you personally, I mean, you were already in that mindset, which I can relate to that 100% because violence has always been my number one go-to. I wear the scars. Fortunately, yeah, my mom hit on me. She didn't whoop my ass. She didn't beat my ass like you were talking. But my mom hit me from time to time. She'd hit on me and stuff like that. But she also learned real quick. I was a lot bigger than her. Would I have ever hit my mom? Absolutely not. I never would have. I never have. Never would have put a hand on her. But I was big enough to stop her from hitting me. So it wasn't like I had that level of abuse. Most of my abuse was mental. To moving in with, I moved in with my dad, and I got the gaslighting and stuff like that because, again, my stepmom was, sorry, truth is the truth. You were not the greatest person in the world when I was younger. You treated me like absolute dog shit. And I had my dad gaslighting the hell out of me. But that was, now I played football, but that wasn't enough for me as far as the violence goes. And that's why I said I wear the scars from my violence, my violent days and stuff like that. And I sometimes even now have to remind myself, I'm 42. I can't get into a bar fight anymore.
I ain't as good as I once was.
I might get a few good licks, but like, hey, man, I had those violent tendencies and whatnot. But it almost sounds like what you're saying is, despite everything that was going on in Washington and whatnot, and you still had some, you were able to make good memories with some people, and have those memories and whatnot in your mind. They might not be there physically with the yearbook and stuff like that, but it almost sounds like for you personally, your personal downward spiral was once you guys took off out of nowhere in the middle of the night and went out to Tennessee. And when you were younger, it almost seems like you hit that downward spiral into full gear once you got out there, because you said you just
because for the first time, bro, when that middle school football, that 7th and 8th grade football, when that became an opportunity to me, it was right like that, because I had a lot of pent up anger. Everybody failed me from every educational professional, whatever the fuck, teacher, from the grade of 5 to the grade of 9th. Every teacher, every principal, every secretary, everybody completely failed me.
I know Gleek was asking a lot of questions about the move from Washington to Tennessee. When he moved to Tennessee, the abuse with his parents physically kind of stopped a little bit, but the abuse, he went and found a female who then portrayed abuse upon him, who is just like his mother.
I am my friends. I don't know if this is a thing or if this is a trending vibe, but I come up with it the other day. If I as a survivor, my deal, they say survivor. I'm a surviving survivor, meaning the damage that is done here is always going to be there. There's nothing that I can do or anybody can do to take this away. I'm always gonna be.
Well, I think like Brian said earlier with that quote that he found about letting it go. One of the biggest steps for me personally, and I don't know if Brian can relate to this or not, but one of the biggest steps for me in finding that inner peace and being able to handle everything that was up here in my head and going on. And you know, sometimes I still slip and stumble, but I don't stay dark for too long. It's usually just kind of a passing glance of the darkness, and then I, you know, and it's okay. But you know, the biggest part for me in letting go was doing exactly what you're doing tonight and being able to let go and to start to let go and to start working on healing mentally was doing exactly what you're doing tonight, was finding that outlet and finding that quote unquote arena to vent, to be able to, you know, what you don't necessarily have to share your story, but being able to vent and let things out and be who you want to be. That's where I found with the streaming all the way back on Periscope. You know, even though I was a 100% mess back then, I was drinking my fucking face off every Saturday night.
And guess
Just
who was drinking with you, buddy?
you and a lot of people were, you know, but you were there with me. But you know, to turning that into, that was my safety. That was my safe place. That was my place that I could just go and be me. To now,
Let me
actually
introduce you to my
get
safe place.
into creating content and having a good time and doing this podcast. Like Connor just said, you know, he started playing guitar when he started going through everything he was going through, and lo and behold, holy shit, nobody knew it. I sure as hell didn't know it. Connor's got himself a pretty good voice on him, and he can actually sing pretty damn good. You think?
My thing's diamond art. See, I tried the whole guitar thing, and I don't learn like a lot of people do. I learn one of two ways. I either learn with my hands or I learn the fucking hard way.
I learned by
Hence,
just doing it.
here's me right here. I learned the hard way. That and it works better that way for me.
He
I
learns the hard way, but I don't give up.
I mean, like for me, to ease my mind whenever I got a lot of things going in my mind, like I'll unplug and I'll just tell like my dad and my closest friends, like, hey, look, I just need 12 hours alone, but I'll be back. And whether whether I go out to a national park, camp out for the night, or I'll go down to Galveston, sit on the rocks, and just listen to the waves.
Mhm.
You know, like unplugged, got my 6-pack of root beer, stuff to make sandwiches with, and I'll just sit on the rocks and just
I have
listen
that,
to the
bro.
waves.
That's a whole nother story. It's a whole nother chapter to this story. But I did have that, and I was at peace, man. I like for the first time since the 5th grade, man. When I was walking around in them hills looking for places to do bad things, but also exploring, you know, just getting away, being to myself because I had literally nobody, like I said. But now that leads into that right there. I used to, when I moved here, I found a little spot right off the highway, man, and I'd go camping there. I'd stay. I say I'm going camping a couple of days, and I'd stay out there 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days at a time out there, man. Weeks. I'd not leave. If I needed to shower, I'd walk my ass across the highway to the campground and use the shower and take a shower, you know.
Mhm.
I mean, I lived out there. I was at peace, man. It was great.
Yeah, that's the water has always been my.
But that got ruined, you
Yeah.
know.
Yeah, I
But
mean, but it's just how you process it. I mean, because nature has always been my therapeutic source.
yes,
When I had a scooter, when my vehicle got repoed, I went ahead and bought me a scooter to get around to and from work. But riding around on that scooter, man, I'd be gone for hours just riding wherever the road
yes.
went. I was gone, and by the time I got done riding, by the time I got back home, like whatever was pissing me off was like, what was I mad about? I
Mhm.
completely forgot.
But yeah, dude, and I tell you, like and in the summer times up there, man, like when I tell you there's nothing, man, like the summertime up there, you're looking in the shade, 110, 115 degrees, and that's in the shade. And it's not like a down south heat, man. This shit eats through you. It's so hot that you will dehydrate and have a heat stroke, and you won't sweat the first drop. I mean, that is how hot it is. And I would walk these hills, man. I mean, that.
I need liquid IV out there.
I mean, dude, so many awesome memories, dude. I mean, but we moved down here, man, and I lost interest. I mean, I was all for it. I was signed up, had scheduled my $10 doctor visit to go get a sports physical. I had shit to go to play football, man. And then the semi truck with our shit pulled up, and guess whose shit wasn't in there? I right like that, and just
so I just had to hell with yeah. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, it's just you know, the water has always been my happy place. It doesn't matter if it's a river, a lake, the ocean. I love living in Charleston, man. I can't tell you how many nights, especially after my ex-wife and I, we split up, and I was really dealing with a lot back then. I can't tell you how many nights that, unfortunately, down in Charleston, there was, you could go to the island and go to the beach, and one of the areas was residents only. So there was residential parking, and only the residents could be there and whatnot of Charleston. And there was a few nights I'd go down there and grab a lounge chair, and I would sleep on the beach.
Yeah.
Because I just needed that peace of mind. I needed to clear my head. I would wake up the next morning, go to work, and I'd be like, hey, I'm good for a little bit,
Yeah. I mean, whenever Chris does come down here, it's gonna be fun going to New Orleans. Because we're gonna swamp people it up. And then on top of that, we may go swimming with somebody. Hey, how you doing? Here you go, Wookie. Enjoy that 14-foot gator.
I'm not a Wookiee, I'm a Sasquatch. Get it right.
What would bring me pure joy is I would buy my flight ticket, and I'll buy Chris's flight ticket and just go somewhere. But I just want to come on, get on this plane, Chris.
They just want to experience me on a plane because they know I'm terrified of heights, and they know I'm
do not do it.
Do it.
Coming from experience, bro, same deal. Don't do it. If you don't have a choice, sit next to the foreign guy like I did, and then look at him and ask him, "Do you understand English? English? No English."
Senor. We go on the plane. The plane
goes down. I'm landing on you.
Yeah, yeah, right. No, but
I'm gonna have Chris sit by the window. He's gonna have window seat.
That's the worst fucking seat, dude. Go.
Too many planes catching on fire recently. I'm good with my 2 feet on the ground. Thank you.
Two things I'll never do again. I'll never fly again. But the one thing I'll never ever do, you could go ahead and chalk hard no for cruises. No. I set my fat ass on there, and the 4 guys from Titanic start playing, bro.
I mean,
I can't handle that.
You've got to have some Dramamine.
Dramamine.
I
want to go on a cruise so bad.
Oh, dude,
I love the open water.
I mean, the coolest thing I got to do on was one of my other best friends, Corey. He's in the Navy. He's reserved now, but he was full active at the time. But I met up with him in Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. Had to get a lot of paperwork filled out, but they have a thing for friends and family called the Tiger Cruise. And I got to be on the ship, the USS Kidd. It's a destroyer. Got to go from Pearl Harbor, spent 7 days on the water, back to San Diego. And I puked twice. I roll. So, but being on the ship, being on the Navy ship like that was one of the most ultimate experiences I ever got to be a part of.
Yeah, I agree with what Brandy said up there earlier about her becoming of driving age and just taking a drive. That was something I used to do back home growing up when I was 16, and it's still my thing today. Man, there's certain artists that I like. I jump in my car if I'm having a bad day, put the windows down, crank the stereo up. I'm on a back road doing 100 miles an hour down around every corner I can find. and it's something that's calming. At peace, it clears my mind. It's probably not the safest thing in the world, but it's like, hey, if I make it, I make it. If I don't, I don't. But and even the nature thing, that's good on you, Brandy, for making Haas take his shoes off.
So that means we're not skydiving?
We are not skydiving.
No,
Anytime.
no skydiving.
But it's
come on, man! I want to go for my 6th one.
Oh, go ahead. I'll watch you from the ground.
The thing is about the driving
That's
thing.
therapy right there.
I used to do that as a teenager, but after me and Hoss got together, he didn't like that. That was like a major trigger for him, so I couldn't do that anymore. So I had to learn how to cope different ways.
Oh man, I mean when I first got involved with skydiving, that was when I had my family tragedy, and as much a lot of mixed emotions going on with that family tragedy when I got back to work because I just couldn't stand being at home or trying to find a place to live and everything with all this situation going on. So I was like, man, I need to get back to work. And my coworkers, gratefully, they all witnessed. They were all there when everything went down. But basically, when they said, "Hey, we're gonna go skydiving," that was like one of the best choices I ever made because that was like a spiritual cleansing. No lie, no joke. But to lead up to what had happened was, I used to be an ER tech at a trauma facility, at a trauma hospital, and I got a call overhead. We got a code 2 GSW gunshot wound coming in 15 minutes. So I was getting the room prepped up and everything, and I hear a lot of chaos and everything going on. And then one of the other techs, he was working with me. He goes, "Hey, I'll take this case. You go ahead, go on your lunch break." I'm like, "No, man, I'm good." I'm like, I'm just gonna knock this one out. No big deal. He goes, No, I strongly assist. But it was just like, it was so weird that he acted that way. And all of a sudden I hear the commercial like, "Hey, where's Brian?" They're like, "Oh, he's in trauma 2. So then they go in trauma 2, and it's like the paramedic goes, "Hey, are you Brian?" I'm like, "Yeah, well, like, what's up?" And he goes, right before he got to tell me what was going on, they wheeled my brother in. And my brother got shot. And so I went from like full on professional to what the fuck? And everybody got me out of the room, and then the paramedic explained to me what happened. And the funny thing about it was I just saw my two brothers like 8 hours, 9 hours beforehand. Before, like when I left to go to work.
Yeah.
And then when the paramedic told me, he goes, "Was there anybody else in the house with you that lives with you?" And I said, "Yeah." It's like, "It's Kendrick." So yeah, he's about 6 foot. He's like 6 foot, 6'1", 6'2", black, bald head. He's
25.
And then they said, "I'm sorry, but we weren't able to revive him." And I just lost it. Dropped down to the ground, cried. So now it's like staying up all night, making the phone calls, calling my dad, calling everybody else that was closest to me, calling my other relatives, let them know what's going on, and dealing with homicide, dealing with detectives, social work, all that. Like after 20 some hours of being awake, I was just spent. And luckily, my best friend's parents were like, "Hey, come home with us. Just sleep in the guest room and just stay as long as you need be." I mean, I could pull up right now the article. My brother made the news.
Wow.
And stuff. So with all that going on, I mean, with how it all went down, all the possibilities. So it's like anger, confusion, fear, like everything all rolled into one. It's like, how do you handle that? And I, as much as I cried, but it's still like I held it together, making the phone calls, talking, cooperating with the police, cooperating with the cops, homicide, HFD, everybody. But it was just like, I'm sitting there like, what the whole time while I'm talking to him, like in my head, I got the like, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck did we do? Why is this happening? Why did this happen to him? Why did, I'm happy that my brother Eric survived, but I'm also sad that we lost Kendrick.
Yeah.
So it's like, how do you process that shit? you got the positive, and then you got the negative, and then just overall, you know, and so you know, it takes a lot, and for a long while, it took a lot to grasp because it's like I'm homeless now. Had to move all my shit out, put it in storage, try to find a place to live, and that was excruciating there. And then I was living with some other people. I was couch hopping to the point where it's like I can't do this. I can't be around people right now because it's like everybody's coming at me, and it's like I didn't want to blow up at anybody because it was already enough pressure already at me. But it's like, hey, I just need to go, and I stayed at a Motel 6 for like 3 weeks.
Wow.
But you know, I mean, it's just how I handled it, and it's just like I think I handled it pretty well. But I've always been used to like with football being like one of my training grounds of like my character build up, and then wood shop, auto shop. It was pretty much like I said, like my whole life basically to sum it up is controlled chaos. So, but yeah, it's still a lot. I'm a whole lot better than I was before, like the first 2 to 3 years, because it's still fresh.
Yeah, it's still. Wow, I'm learning a lot about both of you guys tonight, Brian. I
So-
never knew that happened, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's fucking wild, man. It really is.
And,
I-
and Haas, I knew you had a wild upbringing.
Man, it's
Man. I'm learning a lot about both of you guys tonight, and this
it gets better, bro. It gets better. It's gonna get a lot worse, but I promise it's gonna get better.
This is going to be a multiple show thing. I think we're going to be doing this for the next few Mondays because I do want to. I want to continue this dive into your world, Haas. I want you to get this out there. I want you to continue to share because, and I want other guys. You know, this is why I reached out to guys. You know, some of the guys that I know.
It's Monday.
You know, Brian. You know, I knew Brian's been through some stuff, and I know Brian has talked a little bit about. You know, I never knew that about you, Brian, and I'm sorry for your loss, man. That's terrible, and let alone having to go through everything after the fact. You know, losing somebody like that is tough, and especially being that close to the situation. And I'm not saying that as somebody
brought to my doorstep, and I've always been like the protector. It's my home.
Yeah.
And it's like carrying that guilt, like, man, I should have been home. I should have been home. But a lot of people are like saying, no, it's a good thing you're not home because you have a purpose. You're serving a purpose.
And it's one of those things where if you were home, would you have been another victim?
Yeah. Would I be killed or would I survive?
Yeah.
You know, who knows? And because of that incident, that's when I thought I would never enter it. But because of that incident, that's when I entered into the world of firearms. So I'm all about the Second Amendment. And I you know, because a lot of people I know with the social climate going on and everything, I get it. But however, that they're not paying attention to those that are why you have people that are responsible with firearms, why we are so gung ho about the Second Amendment.
I've been around guns pretty much my entire life. I've owned guns for a good majority of my life. My guns have never got up in the middle of the night and walked out of the house and went and shot anybody. I'm very grateful and I'm very thankful that I've never had to use my gun in any other than shooting a tree or shooting a target. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
It's wasting ammo, bro. I mean, I get you.
Yeah, you know, but at the same time, you know, I've had a couple instances in my life where I was actually just telling Nikki about one at one of our local bars. I just went up there just to get a couple beer or just to have a beer or two. And I was by myself, watched a little football, and dude got lippy with me. And I'm like, dude, shut the fuck up, sit down. It's not even worth it. I don't even know what your freaking problem is. And I went back to mind my business, and a couple of his friends came up. We were in the bar. They started getting lippy. There was 3 of them, 1 of me. And I'm like, look, we can do this, but it ain't worth it at the end of the day. So I'm going to finish my beer. I'm going to pay my tab, and I'm going to go home. You gentlemen go ahead and continue to have a good night. Well, I walked out to my car, and as I was walking out to my car, they came out behind me. 2 of the 3 had weapons, and the other one confronted me, and I stepped out of my car, and I had my gun in my hand, and I said, I don't pull this unless I plan to kill. So we got two options. You can go back inside and enjoy the rest of your night, or three of you are going home in body bags, and I'm going to continue to live my life. And they walked back in the bar, and I got in my car, and I went home. I don't want to be that guy, you know. It's only
That's
for
me. I used to be that guy, man. Like I used to be that guy in my head. I was beat down physically and mentally enough to not defend myself, but in my head, I was mentally there to fucking kill you. You know,
I don't
that
wanna
was
kill somebody, but I will protect myself.
right.
Yeah, I mean,
But
like,
I mean, as far as after the move, the physical abuse over the years stopped. I think that at the age of 15, 16, the actual physical abuse had completely just about stopped. I mean, I would randomly get smacked from time to time or sucker punched from time to time, but it cut down dramatically.
Mm-hmm.
yeah,
But he realized I was getting bigger. I mean, dude, when I tell you I was big and I was muscle, man. Because all I did was walk and lift weights and play football, man. You know, that was it. So he realized I wasn't getting any bigger or any smaller, man. And he thought that one day that I was going to finally fucking snap and I was going to stomp him into the ground. So that's when that stopped. But to take its place, that's when the verbal and mental abuse came in. The last time that it really got physical, it got mental before it got physical at the same time. Natasha had just been born, my oldest. She'd come over to visit. I was living at Mom and Nim's house and whatever, you know. And I was doing some online classes and whatnot. And I just went out there to say bye to my, 4-month-old daughter at the time,
yeah,
Just wanted to say bye to her because she was leaving. I didn't know when the next time I was going to get to see her was because that's just the kind of mother she is. And he'd been smoking crack and drinking beer that night before she come over. And, well, he told me to get my pathetic, worthless, stupid, sorry ass back in there and do my online courses. And I was like, look, dude, I'm just going to say bye to my kid and I'll go back. And that started out. And I turned around, man. Like I got in his face. I was going to deck him. And I just I kind of, laid my peacock feathers back down and I went to turn away to go around him. And the motherfucker, he caught me as I was turning to walk away from the side of my head, man, and goddamn walloped the shit out of me. Just over, that was the last time it got physical. From then, it was nothing but pure fucking verbal, mental beatdowns. And it was to the point that at this time I was now 17 years old and I was a freshman again while this was all going on. I got held back because, well, I had no fucking interest in school because every bit of interest was left back home,
yeah.
So I ended up repeating my freshman year. And then my sophomore year, at that time, I was damn near 21 years old. And at the bottom of our report cards back in the day when I was in school, we had a percentile, basically a number of students in the school with their developmental advancement and all this shit. But out of 255 people in my grade, I was the 250 something out of two. I was the very last one. That was it. I did no homework. I put forth no effort in education at all, and it got to the point that my guidance counselor at the time pulled me into her office, and she goes, "You're fixing to be 21 years old. You're obviously not gonna make it past where you are right now." And she signed this piece of paper and she says, the best advice that I could give to you is to sign this piece of paper, drop out of school and not come back. two educations that failed me. Yeah. So after that, now the struggle's on. You know, didn't know what else to do. I was still being verbally abused. I was coerced, or however that is, to going to a. I'm gonna put it to you like this: I call it a Nazi concentration camp. Okay. But basically, what it was a school slash prison slash limited mobility prison slash you can go out and come back and have conjugal visit kind of prisons
Sorry.
for troubled youth. And I was there to get a career in education. Uh, I endured more physical abuse, hazing, a gang mentality. Why don't you sleep with one eye open for a year of my life? So it didn't get better that way. So I quit that fucking place. I was like, no, no, no. So I joined the military, and then I realized, well, fuck them, you know, whatever. I had no interest in that either.
You want food? I will bring you food.
No, I'm good. So we fast forward a little bit, man. They really did. My parents never really wanted anything to do with me after my brother was born, so to speak, because all of this shit that I did on my own. I had no help. I was like, I was there physically, I was there in human form, but instead of getting the help I needed, I was told how dumb and ignorant I was, et cetera, et cetera. And then, so that forced me into truck driving. And I was like, oh, okay, there's the bright side, man. But I had goals. And that, you know, if I was going to do that, I had goals set out.
Yeah.
My goals were not to die like I almost did. But my goal was to, number one, just find people. I need to find people. I had it in my mind. I had certain people I needed to find, and I found all of those people. So, but it was a double-edged sword. It was my getaway, but it was my double-edged sword. It was the worst, absolute worst decision I could have made in my life. You put a man that's got mental disabilities behind the wheel of a truck 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 360 days a year with nobody next to him but his thoughts and the windshield. It's very calm, very peaceful, but at the same time, it mentally fucks you. There was many instances I considered driving an 80,000-pound rig off of the Charleston Bridge up in Charleston, West Virginia, right there off of I-64. But my goals were to go back home. I went home 6 years ago, 7 years ago now. I was home. It was then I realized, because I wanted to find out what was wrong with me, and I wasn't getting no help. That was another reason I got into driving truck. I needed to find people. I needed to find why this is going on. And one of them was to go back home and find some people, which I did. My second one was to find my sperm donor. That was my goal for the longest time, was to find him, and that was my way of finding him. And I found him. I found him driving truck. I didn't physically find him in his city. No, I found him when I got home. And that's why my childhood is as confused as what it is, because I know what I experienced. And I have a guy, I don't know if I want to believe or not, that I know he gave birth to me. Or, I mean, I knew I come from him. I know without a doubt. Okay. But do I trust a dude that has known about me this long? And I was the one that had to put forth the effort to find the son of a bitch, for one. And why the hell, where was he? You know? This was a lot of this. It's a twisted fucking web, man, of parental alienation, child abuse, mental abuse, all of that shit, man. And it's all childhood long. And it sucks, dude, because now it's still continuing. And then it got to the point now I'm grown. They just never after about 18 or after driving a truck, it was like okay. So you remember the movie Joe Dirt?
Yeah.
This is, I'm sorry, man. I got to make light of this because it's funny. I want to tell it because it's funny, but it's the best way I can describe the feeling. When I drove truck, I was out. I was making money. I had more money than what I knew what the fuck to do with, and that's no lie because it was just me. But I get home, dude, and the best way I can explain that is it's when Joe Dirt finally grows up and finds his real parents.
What you did?
And he expects, oh my God, they're gonna fucking miss me. They're gonna miss me. I'm out here making something for myself. They're gonna miss me, man. But no, I bust through that fucking door, man, and it's like, like the Joe Dirt parent reactions. Well, look at the guy. He's just fine. Look at him. That began to open my eyes, bro.
I don't know if you mentioned it earlier, and I might have missed it, but how old were you when your dad, I don't know, when your mom and dad split up, or your dad walked away, or anything?
Okay. See now, perfect. Because I can answer this question, but I don't know if it's if I can explain it a way that people will understand. But I remember bits and pieces of my sperm donor. I don't know if what was actually done to me by him was actually done, or if it was mom mentally manipulating my head into what she wanted it to believe that it was.
Okay.
I do recollect one or two instances of actual physicality when it came to him. I was 3 years old, maybe. From what I'm trying to understand, it was right before mom left. I had discovered a pack of cigarettes when dad was taking a sleep. He was sleeping. And I had a pack of dad's cigarettes, and I had this ashtray. I took him to the kitchen because dad was a smoker. Sperm donor was a smoker. So he always had his little glass antique ashtray with his cigarettes, and he'd set them on the table right next to the stove. We had a gas-powered stove. So one day while he was taking a nap, I was supposed to be taking a nap too, but no, special needs me, decided he wanted to get sperm donor's ashtray full of cigarettes, empty the ashtray into a frying pan, pretend like I'm cooking these cigarettes, and then I seen it smoke a little bit. So sperm donor always liked coffee, so I poured some coffee into it to keep the smoke down. Well, the house started smoking. He woke up and, I almost had burned the fucking house down playing with his cigarettes on a gas stove. That was probably the only time I ever remember being physically punished by him.
Mm.
But like I said, the man's been gone. I'm 38 this year, and I'll let you do the math. I was 4 years old when mom got with dad. And that whole story in itself was fucked up too, because I do remember certain instances. I've never met the guy, but I've talked to him. I physically know he exists. I have his phone number. I talked to him, and he is convinced that that dad was messing around with mom, because mom and dad were high school sweethearts. They were fucking in high school.
Mhm.
And they met at a party while he was on a run from a strong arm fucking robbery in the state of California.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. So, I mean, I met the guy, so I don't know if I want to believe him or not, but there's a lot of shit that's not adding up and no reasons for this guy to lie to me. So in that aspect, I don't know exactly. It kind of, with me, it was poof, sperm donor's gone poof. Here's dad. And the only reason I ever call that man dad is because my mom came to me at her dad's cabin when I was right around, that stage where you start to develop into your own person.
Yeah.
And the completely vulnerable time for a toddler child and to learn, warping how they learn, convinced me that this man was my dad and I needed to call him dad. But I will give him this. He was dad until his son was born.
Mhm.
But now it's to the point now where now I'm grown. I've got my own family. Now, because of Brandy, now I'm starting to see a lot of stuff. She's saying from Jump Street, dude. I shit you not, from the first time that I met or that Brandy met my parents, she knew. She had told me from day one. And I never, I saw through it with dad. I accepted the fact of what happened with dad. I've accepted that. And then I got to seeing the more and more 11 years of just, are you going to let her talk to you like that? Or, she never had time for me, dude. Something would be bugging me. The response that I would get, figure it out. I ain't got time for this. Hey, mom. Hey, mom. Hey, mom. Hey, would you care, I got to have this truck back at work. Would you care to meet me at work, and come pick me up and we swing by and, we'll have some breakfast or something. I just want to spend time with you. I don't get to spend much time with you because I'm raising my family.
Mhm.
Oh, no. I'll send your brother, man. My brother's 900 plus pounds, bro.
Jesus.
See, shit like that, man. And now, Glick, it's not only affecting me because now my daughter, I got two daughters, but my daughter's going through, I've got a daughter going through the exact same thing with her mother, is the same thing that my mother up until recently has done to me. And I can't help her. I can't take anything away if I can't do what I'm telling her to do, which is what I'm doing now, just getting it all out.
Exactly. So,
Go ahead.
Brian, I just want to ask you real quick, because I know you touched on the fact that you lived in the hood and whatnot with your mom and everything like that. What is your relationship like with your mom these days?
Rocky. Oh, my mom is deceased. She died about 30 weeks to 3 weeks to prior to my 18th birthday.
Oh, okay. Oh, wow. I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, my mom lived by the bottle, died by the bottle.
Mm-hmm. That's basically how my mom went. Yeah, she
that's what I was like saying. Like when my dad had enough of my mom's shit, I stayed with my dad, because if I would have stayed with my mom, I would have been on the wayside.
Yeah.
At least with my dad, it was better, but not like, paradise and all that. But it was I felt at that time, like when I was 14, that I was better off with my dad.
It's a better situation. Maybe not necessarily a better environment.
Because my dad, better situation because my dad's working, and at least it's something because my mom wasn't working. And if I would stay with my mom, like, how would my mom like take care of us, you know? And then it's like, then I have my younger sister
Hmm.
because like because like my mom was such a nuisance when she went down her downward spiral because from what I can recall from hearing from my older brothers and then my brother's friends, it was like saying my mom was cool as hell. And every year my dad would work his way up to take so he could buy a flight for my mom to go visit her family in Thailand.
Hmm.
And I think what led up to her downward spiral was one year my dad couldn't afford the bill. He couldn't get her a ticket, and my mom was depressed. And then she was around some of her other Asian friends that were drinking, and that's how she got wallowed into that little wormhole. And yeah, I mean, she'd be out there every day, taking my sister with her on a school night, and I'd be at home. But it got to the point to where she was so bad to all of us, and to the point that my brother, like, she kicked out my brother Sam because all my brother Sam wanted to do was play basketball, and she's like, "No, you're not going." So he snuck out. She found out, kicked him out of the house. Then all the pressure fell down to my brother Eric. She was hard on him, like fucking drill sergeant, and our brother couldn't handle it. So when he graduated in '92, he like he my dad like stalled my mom, and my brother moved out. So all that got pushed down to me, and it was just, you know, it was rough, and my mom being the way that she was, and yeah, one night she had way too much, couldn't comprehend left from right and up from down, and decided to attack me, and I defended myself.
Been
To
there.
Yeah, to the point where my sister called the cops. Thought like I was doing it intentionally. She was protecting my mom.
Hmm.
But my sister couldn't explain it. But when my sister came back saying I called the cops, I ran.
Natural instinct, bro.
I ran. Nobody knew where I went. I mean, I just kept running, and I went to one of my brother's friends. I went where my brother Eric was staying at. And I was like 10, 15 miles away, and I just like was running and spent all night trying to get there on foot. And then I explained to him what happened, and then he was like, "Yeah, stay over here because my mom don't know where where my brother lives at and all that." So I was like, "That's where I read."
But yeah, man, it's funny. Now that I got Brandy here, dude. When shit really, and this it was to the point, bro, that I took notice to it, and I was that one, man. Like, you would think that it was some Munchausen by proxy shit, but it really wasn't. Mom, not Munchausen syndrome, by no means. No. But what's really fucked up, and when things really took a crazy turn that opened my eyes up, was the fact that I got a letter from Social Security Administration. She never wanted me to find my sperm donor so I could find out what I was all about, why I'm the way I am. So me and Brandy, we exhausted years and years and years trying to find this guy, and spent all this money on those online background reports that you pay like $9.99. You get a background report, where they live, address, phone number. You know those. Spent all the money on that shit just trying to find him, man. And one day, out of the blue, several years later, I get a letter from the Social Security Administration. Mom had ended up telling me and my sister the whole time growing up until fucking this all come out, that my sperm donor he just dipped out. I left him. He never paid child support on you. I took him to child support court. He never paid child support. We never had a check. But I was completely oblivious to this, and I'm thinking, okay, so I get this letter and I open it up, and it says, "Well, you, based on our reports, from 2000 and something to 2000 and whatever, it was I was like 17 years old, 17 or 18, and there was a check addressed to me through Social Security Administration, but at that time there was some fake hoax shit going around. I was like, child, why is Social Security sending me money? Yeah, right. Threw the motherfucker away. I opened it up. I didn't rip it up. I opened it up, crinkled it up, and threw the fucker away. Mom seen that in the trash and went and cashed almost a $8,000 check that was sent on my sperm donor's behalf for a gap payment. And I was required to pay that back because I benefited from it. So ever since, and I didn't know none of this was going on. Mom had, because the letters just happened to be going to her house for some reason, all these years later, and she just throws them away. So now I get one from the Social Security Administration to my address saying that I owe them money.
Because we had changed our address. That was when we first bought the house here. And
Yeah.
because he changed his address from his parents' house, it automatically came here when he changed it. So, and he ended up having to go to court and everything over that. The judge actually felt sorry for him. He's like, man, you shouldn't have to be going through this. You did not benefit from that at all. And the judge dismissed the case.
But yeah, dude.
But they're trying to go after his mom for it. And he's still denying it to this day.
Shit, but back to this, where it got crazy. The only reason I knew is because they said they were taking me to court. I got a court notice, and they said we have this, and this highlighted, and this, and this is why we're coming after you for your money. So now they send it to me, telling me what they're going to take me to court over. That's public record. I called them up. I said, you have 30 minutes to get every piece of evidence that you have that you're going to use against me, and I want a copy of it.
We have the record still. I have the filing cabinet.
She's had secret bank cards that was collecting my child support that he's been sending since I was a kid. She was using the child support money that she said that we weren't getting to drive us from Washington State to Tennessee, and that's what me and my mom lived on.
That they were using the child support money for their addiction, the crack, and anything else they were doing at the time.
Well, so that's my eyes up. And Mom offered no. She just completely boxed up, and she didn't speak to me for 4 months.
Damn. So that was the thing. The reason I asked, and Brian, I'm sorry I didn't realize your mom passed away. But I was curious because, my mom passed away 14 years ago, and even outside of all the bad things and the negativity, and I knew who she was as a person, and we still had a pretty decent relationship. But the year before she passed away, we had a big fight, basically regarding my oldest daughter. I had become a dad. I had made a promise to myself way before even kids were in the picture for me. I said, look, I never want my kids to go through what I went through. I'll never do the things to my kids that my parents did. I don't want to be, my parents used each other or used us kids as pawns in their game to get at each other. I never wanted that never wanted that for my kids. My mom still lived in the hood and the ghetto and shitty areas and whatever. And
yeah, I mean,
she always wanted my daughter to come and spend the night. And it wasn't like, I never thought that my mom would ever do anything to hurt my daughter. It was just the area, the neighborhood. So we finally had to have a come to Jesus moment where it's like, she'll never spend the night with you because of where you live, and you choose not to better your situation. My mom was an addict. She did drink. She was, when she was younger, she was a heavy drinker, but her vice of choice was prescription pills. And she had a doctor that she could go to and say, oh, my arm fell off, knowing damn well you could see both of her arms. And she would say, I would need this, 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 and this. And the doctor would just be like, all right, whatever, and write the prescriptions. That was Mom's vice, was prescription pills. I think that's why I don't go to the doctor and why I don't take prescription pills, because I'm terrified of that happening. Not that it would ever happen, but it's in the back of my mind of, if they prescribe me Vicodin, all this shit, am I gonna be fucking doing hand jobs in the Walmart parking lot to get a Vicodin fix?
Yeah, just for me.
Vicodin don't do that to you.
I know. I'm just saying, like, it's just me. That's just in the back of my own craziness, But
Like
so,
extreme pain, when I'm in extreme pain, when I had my injuries, oh my god, Vicodin was my friend.
yeah, like, so
Dilaudid was mine.
yeah. So,
Like when I was in the hospital, man, they pumped me so full of fucking Dilaudid, man, and it was great.
Trust me, I know, Connor. I know all too well, Connor.
But I mean, dude,
but so Mom and I had a huge falling out about that, and I was like, look, I'm a dad now. I got to protect my daughter. I got to do what's best in the best interest of. And I'm sorry, I love you, and I know you love her to death, but I cannot let her come over here and spend the night and sleep comfortably. So we had a huge fight about it. We didn't talk for almost a year.
My parents don't even want my kids around, bro.
Nope.
Well,
my parents don't want my kids around, period.
Well, and then I got a phone call almost a year later from my stepdad, which he's a fucking worthless piece of shit anyways. God rest your soul. He just passed away last year. But he called me, and I was at work, and I thought I was busy. I was working on some HVAC or something. I don't know. I worked at OSU at the time. And I thought he said that Bear died, which was my mom's dog. My mom had this monster dog, and it was like her fucking baby. She loved this goddamn dog to death. And I was like, oh, I'll call him when I get done, whatever. So I called him, and I was like, Bear died? And he was like, what? And I said, your message said that Bear died. Do you need help? Like burying him in the backyard? Like what's going on? He said, no, your mom died. I was like, oh, shit. So, she was already, she went in her sleep. She was a hypochondriac as well, so there was that issue. But she had a at-home nurse that would come visit and whatnot. He said that she took her meds. She might have taken more than she was supposed to, and went to sleep, and her heart just stopped while she was asleep. She went right now. So by the time I figured out, all I got to do was go to the morgue. And it was like I was sad, obviously, but I was also pissed because I didn't get the opportunity to say the things that I wanted to say when she was alive.
Yeah,
so I'm in the fucking morgue, and there's a corner beside me, and I dented one of his freezer doors because I punched it, and he's like, I think I'm going to give you a minute to yourself. And I'm in the morgue fucking screaming at my mom's corpse, just saying everything I ever wanted to say.
Yeah.
All the hurtful things, all the bad things, everything like that, all the questions. And I think the biggest thing I took from that was, out of all the disappointments and all the letdowns and all the good times or all the bad times or anything that we had together, I think the biggest thing I was most pissed off about was I didn't get to say goodbye.
Granted.
And that, 14 years later, that still bothers me. But where I was kind of going with that question and going with that conversation was, Pops and I never really had a very good relationship. Not that he was abusive towards me or anything like that. He did mentally fuck me up, and he liked to gaslight the hell out of me and stuff like that. But I'd given up on that relationship just altogether in general. And it wasn't until my oldest daughter was born and my now ex-wife, she said, you should really give him another chance. And I was like, all right, cool. Let me try to. And there was always that kind of tension there where we tried to build a relationship, and there was definitely that unspoken tension between the two of us. We would have good times. We would hang out, and it all kind of came to a head last year. And they'd come over here to the apartment. It was the first time Nikki was here to visit for a weekend right after we started dating. And him and I were drinking like we had done a million times before together. But for whatever reason, he kept like bowing up on me. And I'm like, what the fuck is your problem? You know, I'm 6'2". My pops is like 5'7", something like that. He's like a $145 soaking wet. I'm 300 fucking pounds, 6'2". I'm like, what the fuck is your deal, man? Stop bowing up on me. You're 70 years old or how old are you? Stop fucking bowing up on me. You know, you think you're tough, you think you're tough. And then the conversation just completely sidetracked. And I started unleashing on him and my stepmom, you know, all the shit they did when I was growing up, all the shit they continue to do, all the just the fucked up shit, you know, and they just kept fucking trying to skirt around it and whatever. And I gave him an option, and this is where I'm kind of getting to long-winded version of it. I told him, I said, you know what? And this is me being nice. I said, you can walk out that door and we never have to speak each other. We don't ever have to speak to each other again. I haven't spoke to that man since. But I'm going to tell you what right now. Do I miss him? Hell yeah. I ain't calling him. I ain't texting him first. But I have felt way better than I have in a very long time after having that conversation with him. And it's almost, with everything you're saying tonight, Haas, it's almost where it's like, you might be at the point where you have to just walk away from them and wash your hands and be done with it.
January 1st.
To give you peace of mind and to get rid of that level of toxicity in your life. Because like you said, they don't even want your kids around, man.
Hey, bro, can I tell you something? You see, I've been struggling with this one for a little bit. I've had my mind made up about this since December 20th of last year. I've had this. I've been ready for this. You remember just a few minutes ago that story telling you, "Hey, Mom, I need to take my truck back to work. And would you care to, you know?" This is what I got. I'm exhausted. I killed 21 cows yesterday. I'm very tired. I'm exhausted. I just want to go home and I want to relax. All right, cool. I went to downtown Knoxville 5 days before Christmas by myself on the phone with my wife, getting their Christmas presents. That's all I wanted to do. I wanted to go and get my family Christmas presents, and I wanted to spend time with my mom while I done it.
Mm-hmm.
Because my schedule's crazy. I've got 4 kids. I got a job, and I got a family I got to run. It feels nice to just slow down and, you know, spend time with your mom. So I was like, all right, cool, because that's been the excuse for a lot of things, and I just kind of let it. I know what to expect when I ask something like that. But what really broke me, what really made me just kind of jam on them brakes and put the car in reverse, so to speak, was the fact that 11:30 that night, it was a Saturday, 11:30 that night, she texts me a picture of 2 pumpkin rolls and her drinking a bottle of Bailey mixed drink. And she said, yeah, I got 1 more to make. She was making 3. I have 1 more to make because your dad wants one. So I got to make 3 of them. And I'll probably be up till about 1:30 or 2 o'clock. Jesus. Now, by that was 11:30 at night. By then, my kids were in bed. Me and Brandy, we had just toked and we was getting ready to chill in bed myself. And I just kind of went, huh. And that was that. That was all I said. And Brandy said, what? I said, nothing. You know, it ain't nothing. Because in my mind, I already had made up. I was done. And when I'm done, it's nothing. Don't worry about it. I'd put it out of my mind. I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and I finally tell her, and I didn't even realize. I just handed her my phone and said, there you go. You know, she goes, motherfucker. So it was right in there when she said that. I said, this Christmas is the last time I'm done. I said, I'm only going over there because I'm obligated to, because there's already gifts at the house for my kids, even though they don't mean shit.
Mm-hmm.
There's still gifts at that house for them kids, and I'm not going to do them kids that way.
Well, that's kind of, you know, I told my kids, I was like, You can still talk to Grandpa. I'm not going to tell you can't talk to Grandpa or Papa. You can text him. You can call him. If he calls you, he texts you. That's your decision to make. I made the decision that I needed to make for myself. At the end of the day, and through that, unfortunately, without me saying or doing anything, my kids are not dumb. They're not stupid.
Exactly.
Exactly.
In the last year, that he's going to treat them exactly how he treated me when I was growing up, and
Exactly.
they're not going to. They're just done. They're like, it is what it is. It sucks. We love Papa, but
That was
but we're not gonna count on him for anything. We're not gonna rely on him for anything. And then, you know, um, but like I said, doing that, I came back here that night, and God bless that fucking woman. You talk about Brandy. You having Brandy by your side. This is the first fucking woman I've ever had in my life that is actually truly given two shits and a fuck about me. I came
that's
back
her with me.
after they left. I busted my hands all up, dude. I whooped a brick wall's ass.
Hell yeah.
I whooped that wall's ass. But I came back here and I embarrassed myself in front of her. And she was right there, man. I expected her to be gone before I got up the next morning. And she was still there the next morning, and she didn't beat me out for it. She was just there. And that meant the fucking world to me. Was the
If
fact
she
that,
told me, she probably went and cried in silence without your knowledge.
oh dude, I was a mess that night.
That's my fucking battle buddy, man.
My thing with his parents, I made a promise that I would make sure that my children knew who they were. But when they became of an age that they decided they didn't want to go any longer, that's when my contact stopped.
Mm-hmm.
And I made a promise, and I kept that promise. And when I myself seen the abuse happening to my husband as an adult with children, it's kind of embarrassing for him. So you have to add humiliation to the mix of abuse, which is not right. But then when you start seeing them put the same mental abuse into your children, that's when you've got to put a stop to it. And Robert's dad done that to Gracie, our youngest daughter. Newly potty trained. She used a lot of toilet paper, clogged the toilet, and he just completely degraded her.
Mm-hmm.
So we ended up in the hospital with her because she refused to go to the bathroom because of him.
Yeah.
And I looked at Robert and I said, no more. I'm done.
Misery loves
I'm
company, my
done.
friend, and I don't want no more of that misery. This right here is it. My misery after this podcast gets off the air, my misery is done. I'm going on. I'm doing my thing, and part of this new thing here. If you don't have my number, I guess you don't need to be in touch with me.
Exactly.
And that's that. I mean, I'm still going to be around, but I'm not. I'm going to do you like you do me. And what really broke it too was just a couple of days ago. My kids was going to school, bro. And they passed my dad. And my kids, my younger two, Gracie and Skylar, man, they're freaking out, rocking the whole fucking truck back and forth. Hey, there's grandpa, there's grandpa, there's grandpa. Drove past me, sitting there flailing their arms, and he just drove straight on right the fuck ahead.
Yeah, right on going. Yeah, that's
so that's the treatment that a lot of people are gonna get from this podcast on, man. And a lot of people's just gonna look through me and mine. When me and mine move heaven and hell to keep your ass out of trouble, I'm going to look through you like you look through me. You can watch me succeed from a distance and still be a miserable piece of shit that you are.
Here's the thing. I think my aha moment and Rob's aha moment with his parents are completely different, because I think when he had his aha moment with his dad is when his dad started treating our youngest, Skylar. You've seen pictures of Skylar.
Shit, my bad. Sorry.
Anyway, Skylar looks just like his daddy. So when I've seen his dad start talking to Skylar the way that Robert was talked to when he was little, it's like, oh no, No, you got the wrong mama bear this time. It's not happening. And
Exactly.
I was like, I'm done. I don't want to go over there anymore either.
And if I can get even more personal, up until rather here recently, when I say here recently, I mean within the last 20 years, it was always me that was abused. But now there's this alleged, it's kind of alleged at this point in time. See, apparently my sister alleges SA on this guy. And I always played it off because I was it was that what is that abuser's remorse, I guess, where you know that something bad happened and but you refuse to believe it because that guy couldn't do something like that even though he's beating the shit out of you. You know what I mean? Kind of like with blinders on, just blind to it. I'm not for sure, but I do kind of tend to believe that it goes a lot deeper than just me, and that didn't happen until the past 20 years. And that person, that SA acclamation came from my sister. But now that I've medicated, now that I'm on the right track, I've got my soldiers beside me. I'm finally seeing stuff clear now, and the one thing I'm starting to notice is that if he would have the shit that he did to me, what makes me think he wouldn't have done something like that to her? He may not have physically beat her like he did me, but doing what he allegedly done to her still causes the same thing up here.
Exactly. No, I mean, and that's and ultimately that's the thing. And I, to go back what like Brian said earlier, because and this is a powerful. It's a powerful quote, man. Let go. Sometimes the only solution is to let go. No more overthinking. No more crying. No more headaches. Exhale and keep your sanity, man. Brian was spot on with that right there.
Yep, and that was another reason I wanted to do it like this too, was because I knew I could wash my hands of the situation like I want to, because nobody the ones this is about, the ones that are here are the only ones that I wanted here on my end. I don't want no comments, I don't want no, well, I don't know, this isn't about you, this is about me. I don't care what you on the other side causing the shit has to say. They don't have a choice but to listen. They can't talk back, they have to listen.
And then also too, like, I have this like saved on my phone and it will never be deleted, but also too, what keeps me grounded in a sense is simplicity, patience, compassion. These three are your greatest treasures. Simple in actions and thoughts, you return to the source of being. Patient with both friends and enemies, you accord with the way things are. Compassionate towards yourself, and you can reconcile all beings in the world.
100%, man.
And then also to manifest your best the destinies into existence. Think, pray, act, and then watch as the universe aligns itself with your ambitions.
Yes. I really hope Julie is in here because she says that all the time.
You
don't listen to me and Julie, my friend, when we say stuff like that. So hearing you two say that to him, thank you.
You know what?
Sometimes it just takes someone else other than his wife.
And honest to God, another reason I'm doing this story is because it's not only affecting me, now it's affecting my wife.
Well, it's not
affecting my kids. I'm trying to educate my kids on what's wrong with me up here.
Yeah, but not only is it affecting your wife, but
it scares them. Not
only is it affecting your wife, but in a way, it's affecting your kids, man. I mean, it may be not necessarily where
it trickles down because kids can pick it. Kids can pick up your tone, your body language. They can sense your energy.
Yeah, I'm telling you now. There's another story, man. There's a whole nother story. My daughter's going through this, man. I told you, my daughter's going through pretty much the same kind of thing.
Yeah. Well, I've kind of come to a conclusion after tonight, and I think this is going to be a cool little a cool new venture for this show, and I want to speak specifically to our male audience. I think from now on, Monday nights are going to be the men's mental health show on Monday nights, and I would like to not necessarily always share our stories or anything like that, but Haas, I do want to invite you back on a Monday night. You can come back on Wednesday or Saturday if you'd like to, for that matter, just to hang out and have fun. But on Mondays, I would like to dive back into more of your story because I knew this was going to be, we were not going to get to it all tonight. But I think, and I've been yelled at by a few different people that they want me to start doing men's mental health and addressing it and being a part of the solution and being a part of, the progress of allowing men to understand that it's okay to not be okay, to be cliche if you can. Specifically to our male listeners, our male audience, and any of our friends out there. And I'm going to reach out to some friends, and I would love to be able to do something like this moving forward on Mondays and having a panel of guys on here where we can talk about whatever. If we got Haas, obviously I want to dive more into your world.
That's scary.
I really want to bring focus to men's mental health, especially now, because I feel like as our platform grows, or as we get bigger, we might not have the YouTube or Twitch live views or the following on social media, but a lot of people listen to this podcast on podcasting platforms. And if we can help one person, that's all that really matters. But it is something that really needs to be addressed on a more regular basis. So
to kind of piggyback off what you just said, man, if you feel a certain way, man, then it's probably not for you.
Yeah.
If you feel like what's going on here is just a pity sob story, then it's definitely not for you, bro. Just move on, and when you're ready, come back, and we'll still have open arms for you.
Yeah, no, I mean, nobody's looking for pity. Nobody's looking for sympathy or anything like that. Brian, I would like to personally extend an invite to you when you can make it on Mondays. Because you are you are very well versed and very well spoken, and I don't think anybody really fully gives you the credit you deserve on the shows that you're on. And especially when it comes to
Bathurst does.
Yeah, okay. Well, especially when it comes to mental health issues, not just men's mental health, but mental health in general. Brian's right up there. He's very educated and very knowledgeable on it. So, Brian, I'd like to extend an invite to you on Mondays in general, because I think moving forward, this is what the Monday night show is going to be. Obviously, we can mix in other conversation and stuff like that, and have but I want to make a focal point on men's mental health, and I want us to create a platform where, like Haas, dude, I'm going to say it to you again. I got nothing but love for you. I love you, brother. I'm so proud of you, man.
Oh man, you're so sweet, baby. I love me too.
Where you were when I met you 10 years ago to where you are today, I am. I'm very proud of you, man.
Dude, I'm not the person that I want to be by any means. But the fact of the matter is this: I am not the person I was. I like this me. I also like that whether I'm funny or funny looking, that I'm funny regardless, because I'm either laughing at me or you're laughing at me. So
he's funny.
Either way, somebody's laughing.
He's funny.
No, the fuck he's not.
I can agree with that.
Listen, bro. Pretty people can't be funny. Let's just.
Okay,
Although I will say this, he did great in The Empire Strikes Back. The Return of the Jedi. He was phenomenal.
You are such a racist. Wookiees and Sasquatches are not the same. Keep it up, and we're going to deport you. You're getting close to getting on the catapult and being deported back to Mexico with your people.
He's having an identity crisis. He can't decipher which one's two. One's a talking, walking carpet, and the other one's just a carpet.
I'm starting
Yeah,
to.
you're a
Nope,
Bigfoot
I'm gonna shut up, bro. I'm gonna piss somebody off, so I'm not gonna say it.
No, but
You just
but
said
in all
something about he was
honesty,
having an identity crisis. I was gonna flame his ass. Oh, I
no,
was
but
gonna fucking flame him.
Wouldn't be the first time.
I bought this book like 5 years ago and I read it like 3 times, but it's really given me a lot of clarity too. And it's by Tim Tebow and it's called Know Who You Are, Live Like It Matters. And one of the things I had highlighted was it says failure is not final. And the key verse is when you stumble and fall, you get back up. And if you take the wrong road, you turn around and go back. Jeremiah 8:4.
Mm-hmm.
I like Tim Tebow. Say what you say about Tim Tebow, but I like him as a man. I like Tim Tebow
he's
as a
awesome.
man, as a person.
Yeah, can you put that in the chat? Because somebody put that in the chat. I don't know how to do that. She was wanting to look at the book.
I do want to wrap this up though, because it's Monday night.
Yeah, you need to wrap it up. If he doesn't, he's going to end up with another something like me, and goddamn, the world can't handle two of me.
No, exactly. Well, it is Monday night, and I start in a new building tomorrow, and all that fun jazz. But however, I do want to say, and I know, and Tony D, if you hear this, and if you're listening to it, Tony D, regardless of what anybody thinks or what anybody says, I consider Tony a very near and dear friend. You know, we've had our ups and downs and stuff like this, but I say a certain quote, I say a certain phrase that drives him crazy. So I know if he hears this, I'm gonna get yelled at, but he hates when I say it is what it is. I mean that shit when I say it. It is what it is.
We say that all the time.
If it was meant to be, it would be. If it wasn't meant to be, you know, it wouldn't be. Or if it's meant to be, it would be. But yeah, so you know, life is life, man. We learn, we grow, we evolve. Sometimes we go through trials and tribulations. Sometimes we have trauma. But at the end of the day, you know, again, you know, I go back to what Brian said earlier. You're not what happened to you. You are how you choose to handle it at the end of the day. Them past traumas and all that crap, they don't define you.
Oh, yeah, they don't. Because I mean, for a long time, for years, I've carried that burden, that guilt. Like I've always like, man, it's my fault. If I didn't do this, this would not have happened. If I would have stepped in, this would not have happened. But then in actuality, I was just a fucking kid.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How was I supposed to know what, I'm still at that time, you're still trying to figure out, is this the right way to tie your shoelace? Do I put the twisted tie on or twist it and tuck it? You're still trying to figure shit out.
Right.
So, so that was the thing I had to come make peace with. It was just, I was just a kid.
Mm-hmm. And that's the other thing. I mean, yeah, I mean,
and that's what Brandy is still teaching me, man. Like I'm teaching my kids like to survive like I did, and it doesn't
We're
have
not
to be
doing
that
that.
way. We don't have to,
We stood in the kitchen today and to watch him smile because he heard the laughter of our kids in the living room playing Subway Surfers together just warmed my heart because he wouldn't have done that before. He would have yelled at him for being too loud. So he's grown a lot. And we have goals. We want to see our grandchildren when our children are adults. And I mean, we've got one that's 3 years away from 18.
God damn, tell me I'm old without telling me I'm old.
Oh, they tell me every day I'm old. But anyway,
You still sing the Ninja Turtles theme song from time to time.
yes.
Ninja Turtles. Here's
The defense restaurant. No further questions.
But like me and the kids were talking, and they're like, well, "Mommy, when we're older, can we come stay all night with you and Daddy?" And it's like, "Oh yeah, me and Daddy's going to take the girls' room when they move out, and our bedroom is going to be turned into a room full of bunk beds. So there's plenty of room for everybody to stay all night at Mom and Dad or Grandma and Grandpa's." Like, it's the whole goal. Like,
you guys just said you got your oldest one is 3 years away from being 18, and you feel old. My oldest one is 3 months away from being 19.
I
And
don't
she's
care.
only a few months away from
You are
graduation.
never one of them gray motherfuckers, then, haven't you?
I just turned 40, so
Yeah, I just
waited 40 years because I
I
almost
turned
died.
43 last month.
So
God damn, you're old, Brian. As much as I like to say that I'm 22 and I tease Nikki about being a cougar because she's 43, I am 42. I just turned 42 in October, so but it is what it is, man. We get older, we grow up, we watch our kids grow up, and hopefully, we all want to be around to see our grandkids, and we all strive to be a better version, no matter how good your parents was. I know some people out there had it pretty good growing up. They come from a family who's hell today. They're grown and have kids of their own, and their mom and dad are still married. But no matter how good you have it or how bad you have it, at the end of the day, we all strive to be a better version of our parents. It's something that I've in talking to people and getting to know people and everything like that. That's one common goal that we all have. When we become parents, we want to be better parents than our parents were.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like I have 100% done that. As a father, I think I'm a pretty good dad. I gotta say, almost 2 years ago, I got full custody of my kids. I have all three of them full time. They're with their mom on the weekends, but they're with me Monday through Friday. I have since we split up, I have 100% financially supported my kids in every way, shape or form, because that's my job.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to do it. I want to be there for my kids because I don't want my kids to go through what I went through. I don't want them to ever want or need. So, I'm proud of myself. And do I question myself some days? Oh yeah, absolutely. Do I look in the mirror and go, could you be better? Yeah. Shut up, Brian. Do I look at, could you be a better dad? Are you fucking up? Yeah. But in reality, in all honesty, I don't think I am. I think I'm doing
Life's a dance, you learn as you go.
Yeah. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. Unfortunately, being a parent doesn't come with an owner's manual.
Exactly, man. If let me tell you, if I had $1 for every fucking time that I come to my mom because that guy hit me, she said, "Oh, it's okay. He just doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how." But now that I'm a parent of my own, funny you should say that because there's a lot of things that I don't know how to do. And one of those is raise my child the way that I was not raised.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's no excuse. I don't beat my kids because I don't understand how to raise them.
we threaten our children with getting spankings. But
I mean,
as far as it goes,
I mean,
it
like
doesn't-
my older brother Sam. I mean, like he has like his kids, and when they were younger, like he was going through a lot of stress from his job and everything, and his wife and all, and the kids. So he called me up. He's like, "Hey, man, I'm coming over." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then he picked me up, and then he's like, "We're going to Galveston." I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then we were just sitting there, like, because that's the thing, like going to Galveston, being by the waves and hearing, the waves crash against the rocks is therapeutic. So we're having like this, like, heart to heart, come to Jesus, like him making peace with me and I'm making peace with him because we were like, there was like for a long time I hated him. And one day, like I like unleashed a fury, and I earned his respect. He's like, "Okay, I got it." Message received.
I
But
got it, bro. Calm down.
yeah. So, but yeah, he was just I was letting him talk, and he was just talking about like decisions he could have made better, things he could have did, because he really wanted to be more of a dad with his first two kids from his first wife. Like he was just like, man, I went wrong there. I botched that one. I screwed this one up. And then with his current wife and kids at that time, he's just like, man, he's like, now I understand why mom and dad were so strict on us. And I'm like, really? He goes, yeah. He's like, the secret to parenting, you treat your kids like inmates and they'll fall in line. So I'm just like, Great idea.
That explains the public school setup, right? That's the true definition of a penitentiary, is it not?
No,
I
I
mean,
mean, but it was no my mom's like so strict. If we used the wrong cup, we got a whooping. Like my dad was a disciplinarian too. I mean, like my dad would use the belt, like it'd be over his knee or over the foot post, and we'll get the belt. But with my mom, being that she's from a third world country, whatever was in arm's reach.
yep.
Yeah.
So I got
matter what
scar.
it was.
I have my scars.
I had a wonderful mother. My mom was great. She
She
did have her
was, man.
moments.
Shit.
There's still a dent in her door over where we used to live because I made her mad
These
and I
Southern
called her a
women don't fuck
bitch.
around, bro.
And she threw a 3-liter bottle of the Kroger brand fruit punch at my head. It was a full bottle and dented the door.
I mean, that's why whenever I watch like these these Asian comedians and talk about their mom, I laugh about it. And they're like, that's really true. I'm like, yes, it is true.
Mhm.
I was like, trust me. I was like, so whenever I hear kids to going, they're like, oh man, my mom this, my mom that. I'm like, try having an Asian mother from a third world country that has no fucks given as her life. That's like her life motto. I was
I
like,
had
try that.
I miss my mom. We lost my mom almost 7 years ago. So she was my rock. Like I lost my best friend with her. But the last thing that she wanted was me and my dad to have a good relationship. And my dad was also my abuser. So that was hard. That's very hard. But things have changed because my dad wanted to change. He went through 4 years of intense therapy. And he is a completely different man today than what he was when I was a kid. And
Yeah,
I'm
man.
very thankful for that.
Yeah, I mean, like even the comedian Joe Coy, because it mainly like he talks about his mom a lot. He's like, man, my mom didn't speak to me. The only thing my mom spoke was yell, huh? What? Why you do so stupid? Why? Huh? It's like I'm sitting there going, yeah, that was my mom too. That's so stupid. Why'd you do that? Why'd you forget? You come home with your suitcase. You go to school with your lunch, and you come back with no lunch. What do you do with the bag? I'm like, I don't know. And I'm like, really? Are you that stupid? Yeah, my mom. Yeah, my mom.
That kind of reminds me of that chick and her old man on TikTok, man. That is so funny.
Yeah,
American
I mean,
dude is
it's
married to like an Asian or something, I guess. I don't want to be offensive and call her the wrong nationality, but like they do the exact same thing. Moon is the Moon.
Oh
Something.
yeah, she's married to the white guy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I know who you're
he's
talking
so
about.
funny, dude. It reminded me of just watching them on TikTok.
yeah. So that's what I'm just saying. Like when people talk about like their parents, I'm like, try having a psychotic Asian mother. They don't give a shit. I mean, I've had some good times with my mom, but it's just when she just went down the downward spiral of alcohol. That's when things like it flipped. I mean, I do remember like she taught me how to make fried rice. She taught me how to make egg rolls. Um, taught me how how to cut with a knife. Like, because my mom had like some badass knife skills. Whatever, she'll chop up some shit. And when she's in the kitchen, like yeah, she taught me like my knife skills. I mean, I do have good memories. But, it's just when she took that downward spiral, that just kind of like consumed the good memories.
Yep, exactly.
So that's what I said earlier. She lived by the bottle, died by the bottle. And like I was like prior to my mom dying, like I was the last one to see my mom alive, like 2.5 weeks prior before she died. And like I saw her, like somehow I don't know how she found me, but I was in high school at the time, and I got a note saying, "Hey, your mom's at this address. She'll like to see you." So after school, I went, took the bus to get to her, and talked with her. And I didn't realize that she was like being all apologetic to me and saying, like she was sorry and all this other stuff. And but I did not know that she was sick and pretty much was dying because
Uh-oh.
Oh, shit. I don't know if Brian muted himself or
I don't know. Yeah, I think he's muted. I don't know.
you're muted, Brian.
He was saying something and then nothing.
Can you hear me
Yeah,
now?
there you
Yeah.
go. Now you're good.
Okay. Yeah, sorry about that. Something with my computer. But it was just like my mom was like real skinny, but I didn't realize how sick she was. And because my mom was like a thick, chubby woman, and then when I saw her, she was like real skinny, and she was like, "Ah, mommy, just trying new diet, just like trying not to worry me."
Mhm.
And I was 17. 17. I mean, she died November 9th. When I saw her, it was actually a week. A week. I saw her like yeah, because I dislocated my elbow on November 2nd, and when I went to go see her, she freaked out because my arm was in a sling. I had an elbow. I had a splint. I was wearing a splint. She was freaking out about that. And but yeah, I mean, like, we talked for hours and everything. But I told her I gotta go back home. I was like, I don't want Dad to freak out. And so she was like, okay. She goes, I just want to let you know I love you and everything. And I was like, I love you too. And then I come home from school, and then my dad's on the phone. He's like, yeah, Brian just got home. I'll talk to him. And I'm like, what the hell, you know? And then my dad's like, hey, we need to talk. I'm like, I was sitting there going like, I was like, I swear I did my homework. I'm thinking like he's talking to somebody from the school. I'm like,
Yeah,
I did my homework.
automatically go to what did I do wrong?
Yeah, and then when my dad sat me down, he said, he just said, hey, I just got off the phone with Jack, which was one of my mom's acquaintances, and I guess who she was living with at the time. And he just said like, my mom passed away. Like she died in the tub, like just so she was just relaxing in the tub and just died. So
It's a heavy blow to take, regardless of your relationship with them, or
yeah,
you
it's
know,
my mom.
yeah,
It's my mom, so that was what it took me a while to figure out. Like that's why, like when I went to go see her, she was so apologetic to me. She knew she was dying,
yeah. She knew the
didn't want to
inevitable
tell
was
me,
coming. Yeah, she
but
was
did
trying.
not want to tell me.
She was
Yeah,
making amends.
Yeah,
yeah.
so I'm like, damn, that's what it was for. But it was hard when I told my older brother Sam because they left on bad terms. And even same thing with my brother Eric. They left on bad terms, but my brother was like, he's still numb to it,
Mhm.
because he was just like, he's like, I saw it coming, and he's like, what else do you want me to do?
Yeah.
But now
No,
and so my older brother though, like he hadn't seen my mom in forever, and when we told him what had happened, man, he was like, I got a call from his wife. She goes, he hasn't come home. Can you track him down? I'm like, oh shit. By the time I knew it, he was like, he had called me like a day later, and he goes, yeah, I'm all the way out. He goes, I'm over here by Texarkana. I'm just staying at a rest stop. I'm just taking a nap at a rest stop, but I'm okay. Just trying to process everything. And I'm like, okay, almost been trying to get a hold of you. And he's like, yeah, I know. But he's like, I just can't talk to nobody right now. But he goes, but I can only reach out to you. He's like, he goes, out of anybody that would understand me, it's you.
Mm.
Because
no, it's tough. I mean, that's a heavy blow to take, regardless of relationship or what has happened in the past or anything like that. Because that was one of the things. Like, my mom and I, we, despite all the bad times and everything like that, we were pretty close. We were pretty tight. And that, when we had our fight and we didn't talk for a year, there were certain things that she still did. And, she always called me on my birthday. And I knew when she called me on my birthday not to answer the phone. Because if I answered the phone, I was going to get yelled at. Because the purpose of her calling now she would call me on my birthday at the time I was born to sing happy birthday, but she always left it in a voicemail. And then she would call me that day, and we would talk for my birthday. Well, that year that we weren't talking, she still called me, and she left me that, and she sung "Happy Birthday" to me, but she didn't call me later that day. The other thing she always did was the day before the Ohio State Michigan game, and I still miss this. I mean, she's been gone for 14 years, and I still miss this every birthday and every year before the Ohio State Michigan fan because I'm a Michigan fan. She's a diehard Ohio State fan. She
Really,
would,
you're a Michigan fan?
yeah, I know. I know you
Wow.
guys know this about me, but I mean, yeah, I'm a Michigan fan. The day before the Michigan game, she would call me, and I wasn't allowed to answer my phone because she wanted to leave a voicemail talking shit to me about the
Yeah.
and then we would call. Then we would talk that morning of the Ohio State Michigan game. But that year, after we had our fight, she called me and left me my birthday message, and she called me to leave my message for the Michigan. But we didn't talk either of those days, because we're both stubborn and hard headed jackasses.
No.
One of the other things that still gets to me today, and I can't listen to this song without bawling my eyes out and crying like a little bitch. My mom was a huge Leonard Skinner fan. Unfortunately, I know that I was conceived to Leonard Skinner, and I know what song it was in the back of my car because they felt like they needed to share that with me. However, that's not the song my mom would sing to me. My mom always sang to me since I was a baby was Simple Man. And to this day, I can't hear the song or think about the song without practically breaking down. Or if I hear the song, I do. It takes a lot for me to not. If I'm driving, I have to pull over because I'm fucking just start crying like a baby. And if I can, I usually, as much as I love the song and as much as the song means to me, if I hear it, I'm generally trying to change it as quick as I can. Or if it's in a movie or a show or something like that, I'm like, oh well, fuck, I guess I can get up and walk out of the room. But then I look like a weirdo walking out of the room and in the middle of a movie or something like that. But it's just that song still has that effect on me. It's it's kind of crazy, regardless of relationships or past transgressions. With our parents, there's certain things that still hit us hard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, with my friend Amber, who I really cared about.
Oh shit, it's
Like,
almost midnight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta go. I gotta go to therapy in the morning.
Oh.
Yeah. Good. I do got to get ready. I said I was going to wrap this up 20 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's what happens. This right here is what happens when you say you're going to unwrap it, and then 20 minutes later you don't.
Yeah.
Wrap it up. This is what happens right here.
Well, Haas, if you're okay with it, I'd like to invite you back next Monday. Maybe we can dive a little bit more into your world. If not, I mean, we can just have normal conversation. Obviously, Brian and I will close this out. But go ahead and I know you gotta get up in the morning. I gotta get up in the morning too. That's why I said I gotta wrap this some bitch as well. I do appreciate you coming on here, man. It was really, it truly is an honor and a privilege that, I mean, you reached out to me.
You ain't got no idea, man. No idea.
You wanted to come on here. So, I mean, and I'm proud of you, dude. I don't give a damn if anybody else says it, and I don't know if it means anything, but I'm proud of you, man. Keep doing what you're doing. I like
he hears it all the time.
Hey, listen, guys. All right, I just gotta say one thing before I go, man. Just if you're still listening, you matter, man. Keep your head up. It's a storm. You'll get through it.
Just what I always tell people. Just
so with that, I love
step back, relax, and breathe. Step back, relax, and breathe.
Yep. Like Eric Draven once said on The Crow, can't rain all the time.
Eric.
That's a great movie, man. I hope Jason Momoa doesn't ruin it.
No, actually, they're not doing Jason Momoa.
Oh, they're not doing it now? That movie has been up and down, and yeah, we're doing it. No, we're not doing it. Yeah, we're doing it. No, we're not doing it.
Well, there's a YouTuber I watch, Snarky J. Apparently, they are going to do a version of The Crow, but more relative similar to the original Crow.
Oh, nice. So they're not going to remake it or
They're not going to remake it, but it's just kind of like the same principle of just like how gritty it was and just how that. So it's in the works. I think they're going through the production right now. but she said like how she got casted, but she plays a small role. So
Nice.
she's like, it is gonna go down. So, but other than that,
No, we we could, man, if this wasn't Monday night, if I wasn't starting a new job tomorrow, or not a new job, a new building. I'm still at the same company, just a different, a new property.
oh okay,
Um,
yeah,
but we do appreciate you guys listening. We appreciate y'all hanging out. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the show. Hopefully, you guys are gonna, Brian. Like I said, I do want to extend an offer to you. If you can make it, I'd love to have you here on Monday nights because I think I'm going to turn Monday nights into um, like a men's mental focus on men's mental health. We do enough of the horsing around and the dick jokes and fart jokes. I think it's cool if we make a show once a week, more of a serious show, and address some issues that are out there, because there's, outside of just sharing stories and stuff like that, there's a lot of things out there. Not
yeah.
to the men's suicide rate, the suicide rate for men under 25.
It's high.
Just the stigma itself wrapped up with men don't want to admit when they're dealing with depression or anxiety or social anxiety
Yeah,
or anything like that. There's so many topics that we can cover, and like I said, I do think very highly of you. I think you're a very intelligent person and very knowledgeable, especially on this end of the spectrum when it comes to dealing with things. And I've learned quite a few things about you tonight that I had no idea.
yeah,
So you've kind of been through it, man.
yeah. That's what I was like saying. Like it's just, but what I could sum my whole life is controlled chaos, because it's like I never lashed out at anybody, like with all the stuff that I gone through. Like I say, I grew up rough, lived in the hood. My brothers would beat me up for for play out of boredom, or some girl rejected them, or they had a bad day at school. I was like my brother's punching bag.
Mhm.
So, but it's kind of funny though, when I started playing sports and lifting weights, now nobody don't want none. Funny how that works.
It's funny because I was the complete opposite. Like I was, I got bullied when I was younger, and then I realized I'm 12 years old. I'm 6'2". I'm 12 years old. I'm 6'2". I'm 200 pounds. I'm bigger than most grown men at 12.
Yeah,
Why am I getting bullied? I was a complete opposite end of the spectrum where I was a fighter. I fought people. I fought with people. I went against people. I went against 12, 13, 14 years old. I was fighting grown ass men.
yeah. And
You
the,
know,
the one thing I can't that I am very, 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 very grateful for is football, because like the coaches were like my dads.
Mhm.
They were like my second dads, and also too, it kept me in line because how it's always motivational in sports. So it's like, um, if I messed up, I'll be like, what? And then like they'll tell me where I messed up, how I messed up, and I'm like, okay, okay. It was more like the father son relationship that I really wanted versus like what my dad was. But then when my dad and I had our heart to heart, uh, that was when I fully understood why my dad did what he did.
Mhm.
Because he just says there's no how to parent manual.
There's really
So
not, dude. I mean, as a dad, and like I said, I got 3 of them, and
yeah,
literally every day is a new experience, and every day I don't know anybody out there, or if you're a fan of Yellowstone, there was a scene in Yellowstone where Rip was like, "Oh, I figure we'll just go up there and fuck it, wing it."
yeah. So I
it's
mean, yeah,
it's just parenting, man. You just fucking wing it, and you hope for the best.
yeah. So because my dad was telling me how much of his dad was hard on him, because his dad was in like army sergeant,
Mm,
and then my dad was a Air Force sergeant. So
yeah,
so the trickle down of like fuck up and I'll whoop your ass kind of
yeah,
thing.
military mindset.
So yeah, that's why like I'm disciplined in a sense, because it's like even growing up in the hood, I never had the urge, to rob anybody, stab anybody, kill anybody, or anything like that, because it was like if I did any of that, I'm not worried about jail. I'm worried about getting my ass whooped by my dad.
Yeah.
So
That's one thing. That's one thing I'll say. I've never started a fight in my life. I've never. Well, I won't say that. Okay. Most of the people that I've hurt or that have felt my rage was not deserved. Was not just. They had it coming. They asked for it. I've always been anti-bully. I don't like bullies. I don't like them. I don't like guys who think that they are big shit. Like, but I've never started a fight. I've never. Well, again, most cases, I've never done any physical harm to anybody that didn't have it coming or didn't deserve it.
no.
But that's how I express. As my coach used to tell me all the time, click. There's a time and place for your rage, and you'll know it. And then every time the whistle blew at the start of the quarter, you click, unleash it from here for the next 60 minutes. It's all rage.
And the funny thing about it though, like my whole football style of play, because like on defense, I was a defensive end linebacker, and who I emulated playing football was John Randall, the sack master, the Minnesota
Yeah.
Vikings. That's who I emulated my play style with. But he would always talk shit. I wouldn't. I just kept it quiet.
I've never talked shit in my life.
No. I mean, but you know how like on sports, you're always doing the trash talk on
Yeah.
sports. It's a psychological game. But it was just like, like they would like talk so much trash, and it's like me. It was like myself and maybe 7 other guys on our defense that were just quiet, because it's like, and because that was when that whole art of war. Because like even though they're like talking all that noise to you, and you're just like looking at them, it frustrates them even more.
Yeah.
It's like, but I mean, like football was a way was like my outlet, the physicality and everything. But
Mhm.
never talk trash, because the thing, it was like I always had in my mind, like if I did anything else, I don't want my dad jumping off the bleachers and whooping my ass.
Right.
That was the whole thing. So that's why I always kept it. But yeah, that's the one thing I am grateful for is the structure in football,
Mhm.
the mental toughness of football, how to endure the pain, and how to like fight through. So that's what always stuck with me, and it stuck with my stamina. And even like when I was out in the oil field for a while, like all those guys would like talk so much shit to me, but I never lashed out at any of them. And they're just like, man, we're calling this guys all kinds of names, even ones I liked,
Yeah.
that I'll kind of smile about. They're like, okay, we got him to smile. We got him to smile.
Yeah.
But it was
Yeah.
just like,
Sometimes it's just about getting a reaction, man. The guys or people in general, they do things and say things just to get a reaction at the end of the
yeah,
day. And unfortunately, I've had to learn that. Look, you don't always have to react to people, and I'm still not the greatest at it. I still have my moments where it's like, why are you in my ear? Shut the fuck up. All right,
yeah,
now it's okay. All right, you keep talking. Now it's time for me to chirp back at the end of the day.
yeah, because that's the thing. Like in the oil field, all the name calling, like the N-word slurs, the derogatory, that's
Mhm.
elementary rookie level to them.
Oh
Out
yeah.
there, oh my god.
Well, yeah, I've been a construction guy pretty much almost my entire
So
life. So
yeah, so you know the gist. Yeah, you know the lifestyle.
you hear
You know,
everything. You hear everything under the damn sun
yeah,
on a
yeah,
job,
and
build a
I
house or
gotta,
something like that. It's just like,
because
the hell did he just say?
yeah, they will call me something. I'm like, and I'm too logical. I'm like, how the fuck does that even make sense?
Yeah, there's some
But
random ass unnecessary shit will be said on a job site or like an oil field. It's just like that don't even make no fucking sense.
yeah, but
But now
I
I
mean,
want to smack the hell out of you because you said it.
I have those highest respect for those guys, because they're out there doing their thing. They're doing out there for X amount of years, because those guys are from small towns where you blink, you pass it up,
Mhm.
and Walmart don't cover the bills. So
Exactly.
So I have the highest respect. So when people talk about like fracking, I'm like, nope, I'm not gonna do that to my. They're my hammer bros. Even though like some I got along with, some that I did not get along with, they didn't get along with me just because I'm from the city and they're from a small town. They think, oh well, you think you're better than me, and that kind of mindset. Because like the second company I worked for, like I didn't talk. Like I just came just straight to work, and
Mhm.
the guy I was the kid, they had me set up with a kid that I had to follow. They're like, yeah, he's your mentor, blah 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 blah. And I'm like, I got a fucking kid. I'm gonna listen to a kid
Yeah.
and all this other stuff, and so I'm sitting there going, like, I just nod. I'm like, I'm just all body language. And then it went until like 2 weeks later where this other guy, he came back in the oil field, and everybody's getting along with him, but then he's sitting in the back with me in the back of the van, and he goes, you've been quiet the whole time I've been here, and you've been and the other. I talk with the other guys of the crew, like you don't talk to them. Do you know like any martial arts or anything? And I'm like, I just shrug my shoulders. I'm like being nonverbal, like, eh. And then he's like, do you plan on killing anybody? And then the mentor, and he goes, yeah, probably just me. And I said, and I went like this. I just went, yeah, you look a little tired. Take a nap. And he's like, the hell?
The hell?
He speaks.
Yeah,
He
what the
speaks.
hell?
Oh my God.
Gotta shock them. Nah. Like I said, oh man, I definitely got to end this for real this time. I do hate to end the show. But I'm just like, oh shit, I gotta get up in 6 hours. I mean, 6 hours is a lot, but
Seven.
you
Yeah,
know,
7 for me.
but no, I do appreciate you coming on here tonight, man.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Shout out to Connor. Thank you, Connor, and a huge shout out to Haas. Coming on and really opening up and sharing. I never knew this about the guy. I knew that he had a hard life, and I knew that he came up, you know, rough. I mean, we all have. We all have our story. We all have our past. I just didn't know how bad it was for him. So big props to Haas tonight coming on here and sharing his story. And you and Connor, thank you guys for coming on here. You guys were complete strangers to him, and you guys came on here to be a part of the show, show some support, and to take part in the show. Like I said, I think this is going to be an interesting new adventure in the show. We're ever evolving, ever changing in the show. I've been trying to figure out what the hell to do with Monday nights for a long time. I think this is going to be good. And like I said, Brian, don't feel like you're obligated or anything like that. But I'd love to have you here on Monday nights and continue this new venture, this new path on the show. Where we can take one night a week and kind of be serious and mix in still some fun and all that. I do want to leave the show with two things. And then Brian, if you'd be so kind to, I love you too, man. I got nothing but love for you. You know that I love you. I got a song that's going to kind of probably become the staple to the Monday night show. Just because the first time I heard this song, it hit me so hard. And probably for a lot of men out there that grew up in our generation, a lot of the older guys, or even our fathers and our grandfathers that grew up with this mindset. Jay Pritchett, played by Ed O'Neill in Modern Family.
Oh,
A scene that just
he knew I loved him.
into the show, and it's very powerful. Brian, if you'd like to, if you can, hang out for the song clip, and then if you want to drop a quote on us before we go, I have one lined up here. Something, I don't know, inspiring or whatever. But if you want to drop something on us before we hit the button and kill the show, but I'm gonna go ahead and play the clip and then the song. The song is by Disturbed, by the way. Everybody knows who Disturbed is, and it's called A Reason to Fight. And I specifically found a song with the lyrics. First time I heard this song, I was at I think it was not Louder Than Life. Louder Than Life, I believe. It's a rock festival in Louisville, Kentucky every year. And Dave Draymond came on stage and spoke a little bit about the struggles of men's mental health. And where this song came from. He lost a very good friend of his because, unfortunately, his demons got the best of him. And I shit you not, just in the area I was standing in, there was probably 300 men crying, listening to Dave tell the story and then sing the song. And I know it wasn't just us 300. There was probably not very many dry eyes at this rock festival when they sang this song. And ever since then, it's been a very it's become a important part of my life. And as far as music goes, it's become a very important song to me. So we'll go ahead and hit this Modern Family clip real quick, and then we'll play the song.
I'm out. What the hell are we doing? Dancing around, telling secrets like girls at a slumber party. I can just imagine my old man with his buddies sitting at their lawn chairs, laughing their asses off that I missed a whole day of football because I'm trying to get in touch with my emotions. These guys didn't do that crap. These were men. His best friend, Tommy Ryan, lost half a finger in a sheet metal press, waited until his shift ended to go to the hospital. I broke my collarbone in a football game. There was Dad up in the stands giving me the old be tough. So I played 2 more downs before I passed out. My date, Mary Jo Klumsky, left the senior dance with another guy. Broke my heart. 2 a.m. at the kitchen table, my old man's telling me eat the sandwich and forget about her. Feelings. I didn't even cry at his funeral. You believe that? The guy was my whole world. Not a tear. Everybody looking at me like I didn't love him. But he knew. He had to know, right?
The image in your eyes, reflecting the pain that has taken you. I hear it in your voice, so ridden with shame from what's ailing you. I won't give up, so don't give in. This is a battle that we are gonna win. When you're aching for the fire and begging for your sin, when there's nothing left inside, there's still a reason. When the demon that's inside you is ready to begin, and it feels like it's a battle that you will never win. When you're aching for the fire and begging for your sin, when there's nothing left inside, there's still a reason to fight. I'll be your reason to fight. Give you a reason to fight.
It's a very powerful song right there. It speaks volumes on many levels. Unfortunately, a lot of people have lost their fight with their demons,
Yeah.
their darkness. Those of you going through the struggle and going through the battle right now, just trust me when I say, and you know, I think Brian can vouch for this. There's better days to come, and there is 100% light at the end of the tunnel. It's going to be a new venture for me, and it's going to be hard because you guys are going to get to see a side of me that you're probably not used to seeing. But I think it's going to be good, not only for those of us who partake in the show, being on the panel from week to week, but those of you who are out there maybe listening. I dare put a challenge out there to the men. Check on your bros. Just send them a message once a week, every couple of weeks, whatever. Maybe it might be a friend you haven't talked to in a long time. Maybe it might be a guy you see every day and you do the normal routine. Once a week or once every other week or whatever, just drop a message, text, Snapchat, or in person. Just ask them, how you doing, bro? How you holding up? And I have to be better at that myself. I have to do a better job of reaching out to the guys that I consider friends, the guys that I care about and stuff like that. This is kind of my way of doing that, by changing the game once again and evolving into another layer of this show and doing this show. Any of our listeners, our friends, specifically our friends, obviously, I've extended the offer to Brian to be basically my co-host moving forward for this venture. But any of our friends out there or any of the guys that would like to get in the chatter's box or even come up on here with us and partake in the discussion, I strongly encourage that. Like I said, this is a new world for me. I don't know how Brian feels about it. But
I always pay it forward.
So you know, it's all fun and games, but there comes a moment where we have to grow, and this is part of our growing. With that being said, I do appreciate y'all listening. I appreciate y'all listening. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed the show tonight. You know, let us. You know, I don't know who's going to see this, but from the deepest part of my heart, thank you for being my reason to survive. Thank you all. From Lynn, Washington to wherever you are, wherever y'all are at, I love each and every one of you. Thank you for being here with me. But no, like I said, do appreciate you guys listening. Appreciate you guys hanging out. Hopefully you enjoyed the show tonight. Wednesday night, we'll be back to our normal shenanigans. But in the meantime, like I said, look out for each other. Take care of each other. and it's okay to not be okay. Remember that. Brian, do you have anything you'd like to, any parting words or anything you'd like to leave the show with tonight?
Just overall, just what we had in the oil field, it was called a 5x5. You run into a situation, regardless whether it be whatever the situation may be, 5x5. Take 5 steps back, take 5 minutes to reassess, and then re-engage. Just relax and breathe.
I like that. With that being said, Gary Allen once had a song called Every Storm Runs Out of Rain. It was after his wife passed away. The chorus in that song is every storm runs out of rain, just like every night turns into day. Every heartache will fade away, just like every storm it runs out of rain. If you're going through it right now, it's not going to last forever. It'll be all right. Trust me. You got people out here who are living proof. You got 2 guys right here right now, and there was 2 other guys that were on this show right now, or that was on the show tonight, that are living proof. Just gotta weather the storm.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we make our choices, some good, some bad. But the thing about it is just how we handle it.
Exactly. With that being said, much love, y'all. Appreciate y'all listening, and we'll see you next time.
Good night, everybody.